you're hearing words from above, they're gonna speak of love. Coming up from the deep, you'll find what you give is what you keep. What you give is what you keep. What you give. What you give is what you keep. When you're punched in the nose, that's how it's gonna go. A little further to the south, you're taking a shot to the mouth. A shot to the mouth. A shot to the mouth. Frightened by the sound, they say it's going round. They say it's going round. They say it's going round. When you look back to the top, might seem it never stops. If you climb back up the wall, don't stop reaching tall. Don't stop reaching tall. Don't stop reaching tall.
The story about a grub, a grubby little guy who doesn't know it yet, but he's in for a big change.
Grub was happy doing his grub things, eating leaves and doing other grub things. He'd eat his leaves all day and have grubby things to say. When he was asked to comment on what might be one day,
he said, I'll keep doing things my grub way. It's my way from day to day. What may be one day. Till then I'll stick to my grubby way.
Grub was happy doing his grub things, eating leaves and doing other grub things. Grub was happy doing his grub things, eating leaves and doing other grub things. Grub went on with the way way that took him day to day, thinking things that made him say, what if things worked another
And
way?
he said, I've been doing things my grub way. It's the same old stuff day to day. Perhaps there is another way, so I can change my grubby way.
Grub was happy doing his grub things, eating leaves and doing other grub things. Grub was happy doing his grub things, eating leaves and doing other grub things. And Grub went on and changed his ways. Woke one day and Grub felt strange. Wrapped himself up and slept for days. Woke up again and he was amazed.
I was happy to do my bit, fit myself into where I fit. Never knew how free I could be, couldn't tell I could be me. I settled in and I did my thing, never knew I was gonna, never knew I was gonna grow wings, living my life day to day. Now everyone can hear me say, Grub was happy that he tried new things, so very happy he loved his wings. Recapping tonight's top stories. Grub was happy that he tried new things, so very happy he loved his wings. Back to you in the studio. Bloody microphone unit. Hello, just a mild piece of chaos right as I started to stream. Anyway, g'day you mob. Hope everyone's well. Who we got here? Oh yeah, I might as well say I had just started the stream and was gobbing down some Milko Chews. Anyway, they're just like a lolly, a candy, a sweetie. And it went into one of my grotty teeth at the back of my mouth that's obviously got holes or a crack in it. And my goodness, I was a reel in pain. It stabbed like someone stabbed me in the face. And it still hurts a bit, but you know, not as bad anymore. So yeah, I had to chuck on a second song because I was going or something like that. Probably a little bit less dramatic. But still, we're here now. As unenergetic as I feel, and confused and scattered and sore in the tooth, we are here. James Hukulak, first again, nice. What do? We send James a big bucket of kudos in the post, as is the rules, or the norms, or the standards. Craig's Catfish Cave, Triple C, the ACCC, Huawei, how are you? Good day. Alternate, Panalternate. One of them must have been right, surely. New Local Austin, hello there. Pardon me. Saints Dust, hello, how are you? Triple A, got the Triple A and the Triple C in the house. Scotty, Alien World Airsoft, how is it? Gaffer, bored old fart. Good to see you, mate. Holly, the freaky fish lady. How are you, you freak? It's good to see you. Pamela, Punchy Paints, how's it going? Kat McKenzie, how are you? Good to see ya. Bob Kaler in the house. What fresh hell? This fresh hell. Who else we got? Trash Cat. How's it going? Vitra, how are you? BJ, good day. Quite the crew in to start the show off. Thanks everyone for coming. And thanks Replay Team 6 if you've just started as well. Crunch, crunch. Sky Dancer, hello there. Hello there. Nearly there, surely. There's a lot of people saying hello to each other. We like that community ethos. You lads south of me, AAA and Triple C, are experiencing rather warm weather as well. It's gross today. Sketty Nonna, how's it going? Cha. GRB, how's it going? Yes, tooth pain does suck. I got an interesting message from you yesterday, GRB, or the day before. As I'd never seen you use Facebook Messenger, I have a strange feeling it might have been a scam one. So I didn't click the link until I could clarify with you today. C23, how's it going, Clary? Oh, neck. I wonder did I have a really shitty night's sleep when I've cranked my neck or something? And that's why I feel rough. So I certainly wasn't up late and I wasn't excessive on the drinks. It was a Tuesday, for goodness sakes. Marin, how's it going? Oh, that's interesting. I've still got a Milko chew to get through, so we could possibly try the experiment at some stage. Hey, Sandy Doty, how are you? Lovely to have you on board. Oh, just when I thought I got to the back of the chat, the bottom of the chat, it rolls on. Mickham, g'day, mate. I was going to say it's either very, very early or very, very late. So, how is everyone? What's been going on? Vinoxky, how's it going? I think I clicked a thumbs up on a little video by Vinoxky last night or this morning. I can't remember when. I can't even remember what the video was about, but I seem to enjoy it because I clicked the like button, as you might want to do on this YouTube video. I suppose there hasn't been much to like so far, so don't waste your likes. Don't waste them. Sweaty around the Pantel region. I concur, and I can add multiple other regions also, particularly these are feeling a little bit damp. Although I'm not that guy, not that large fat man who gets wet patches under the arms. But I think my body seems to be able to distribute it and get rid of it before it soaks through my clothings. And I'm wondering if I have to wait. Do I have to wait? I'll take that as a no. I don't have to wait. Let's have a look at this. Hello there.
Hello.
I'll do this one, I think. So yeah, foolishly, I have had the air conditioner repairman came and repaired my air conditioner, and still chose to do a live stream out in the stinky hot under the tin roof.
Yeah, well, I wanted to set myself up in my bedroom where it's cool. It's just that I'm also lazy, and that would have required me to do a
Carrying things.
I'm frozen.
So you decided not to go for a swim then?
Well, I haven't yet gone for a swim, but mostly I wasn't sure if I was gonna be like, I was thinking if you might have other stuff to do in the beginning, and so I still might have to go. I have the opportunity still to go, but still.
Well, Z-Beam is up at Manly in Brisbane on a work errand, and he said he'll pop in for 5 minutes or something after we get through the hellos and whatnots. But yeah, being mobile, this StreamYard bizzo rips the crap out of your batteries. So he can't afford to not have power on his phone while he's doing business and stuff. And I haven't heard from Joel, so it might just be you and me. After we've had a bit of a chat, I'll tell Z-Beam that he can pop in for a minute, tell us a thing or two, and then we've got some fresh trousers here as well. So we'll see what goes on.
What's
fresh
up, dude?
Trousers. How's it going?
What are you doing?
Well, I was wondering about the fresh trousers.
I gotta get some. Mine are dirty.
G'day, Blacky.
Mine are super
I
dirty.
Any trousers at all?
You have no trousers?
I have no trousers.
You're not the owner? You're just skirts and what else? What other kind of? Oh God, I'm interested now. What kind of bottoms are we talking about? Kilts?
Yeah, I suppose I wear skirts and dresses.
And drapes?
Yep, that's it.
I knew a very nice gal who only basically all of her dresses were like old drapes that she would find.
G'day, Cora.
At like thrift stores and stuff. She would find like cool old drapes that were like embroidered and that kind of stuff. And she would make her own cool like dresses and skirts out of them. I don't know.
Out of curtain fabric.
She was interesting character.
I imagine you'd find some pretty good vintage curtains that would make for good clothing materials.
Hell yeah.
I guess it depends where you're shopping, but yeah. But they'd be heavy. You'd want to be in a cold climate to wear drapes as clothes.
This is true.
Like, it's pretty hot here. I'm sticking to thin cotton.
Good one, Blake. Skirtons.
Oh, that's cute. I used to make some of my own clothes, but I haven't for a very long time. It's funny, actually. I just pulled out a dress that I had not quite finished, but the other day I was like cleaning out my spare room, and I came across a dress that I had mostly made. And I was like, oh, that's right.
Did you get all inspired to finish it?
Not really. I don't think I will wear that dress anymore. But I do want to make stuff. I am inspired to make stuff. It's just that I don't have time for anything anymore. I don't have
Start
time
up a 73rd hobby.
Yeah. Because it does take a bit of time, or it takes me a bit of time, especially because, I have no training. So I just like trying to make the patterns up, or sometimes just cutting into the fabric and hoping for the best has been one of my techniques. But what was really funny is the last time that I was pregnant, I decided to start after like some of my sickness passed. I thought I'll make some, kids' clothes. And so I pulled out my stuff and just started cutting away and sewing things together. And afterwards, they were shapes. And obviously, I had like mum brain because your brain goes all wrong when you're pregnant. And
What you sort of cut out a bit when you said what you after you cut all the pieces up. What did you say you did?
I sewed them together.
And what did they make?
They were just the wrong shape.
Yeah.
It turned out it was okay though. I'm trying to think what I did because I just had cut like all these little pants out and stuff and sewed them all up, and they didn't work. But then I ended up, after I had my baby, I like cut them again and reworked them into a different item of clothing for the kids that did work. So I think they went from being baby pants to being shorts or something. It was okay in the end once I got rid of my mum brain, pregnancy poo brain.
But you got there in the end.
Yeah.
Like you say, if
Can
you
I see
don't
my
have,
dress? Not very
Sure.
exciting.
if you don't have the professional training, it's just trial and error. Have a go, pull it apart, start again.
Yeah. I mean, I had good success. I had lots of clothes I did wear and lots of clothes my kids did wear. So,
Fuck.
Hang on. I get it. It's not right. Sorry. Ah! I kicked my foot.
What the fuck? Get the fuck out of here. What the hell is that? Okay. Sorry.
Z-Bane may be having technical difficulties.
Issues
Bored
with
old
the
farts.
tissues?
Oh, no, he's not at home. He's out on business up in
Oh.
Queensland. So I think he says he's forgotten a part for his microphone headphones thingy.
Being the road doggy.
The road doggy. Bored old fart has been sewing curtains and crocheting blankets. Not going to attempt clothing. Well, I mean, you've gone that far, Gaff. You could go further.
This is my dress that I made. Oh, I hate being on here.
Yeah, but I have to because I need the whole screen.
Sure. So,
It's very pretty.
it's got layers and bits and all the stuff. And then I was making like a big tulle underskirt for it. So that's mostly, and it's got a zip and stuff in it. It's got things, and I think I just did that one from scratch. But it's not very complicated. It's just simple.
Looks nice.
And it's funny because actually when I was walking, I had on the floor when I was wearing the other day. I don't want to be on here. But this is one, again, that I just do from scratch. This is what I used to do for myself. Just lots of scraps all together and then turn it into.
And with no patterns or anything, just tacking bits together.
Well,
pretty
just
good.
I think that one, I cut one of the top pieces and then I just used it to help me cut all the other top bits. So they were all the same. But yeah.
G'day, Kiwi. Or did I just say that? I'm confused.
I don't know what you said. He's busy showing off my, poor quality hippie clothing.
It's fancy. It's still fancy looking.
Totally fancy. Agreed.
Patchouli couture.
But on that note, this one actually too was mostly from all stuff that I got from the op shop. But the red one, I bought that red stuff.
The fake velvet or is it real velvet or velour?
Well, no,
Or velvet
it's
fake, isn't it? No, it's not.
it's called. They call it. What is it? It's something like a same name as bread, so it always confuses me. Or not really.
As bread.
Oh, sorry, my computer's. Oh, I'm trying to remember what the name is because they don't call it velvet. It's called pan or something like that. I think.
Can you not hear us, dude?
My headphones not working. Anyway,
Dude.
does it fail?
G'day, Cody.
Can you
just
hear
have to
me
talk
okay?
to us. Tell us what you're up to, Z.
I'm at Manly in
Oh, right.
Brisbane. Yeah, at a pub.
You can hear me through the speaker of your phone now. Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
I can. Yeah, it's
Right.
pretty messy.
Where's
Tell me to-
Brisbane Manly? Like, what part
Northeast
of? Okay.
or east, kind of directly east, almost, isn't it, of the city?
Yeah, it's near the water on that esplanade. I think I see an island off the coast.
I worked out there for a few weeks
Yeah,
in a
At
cash
Manly.
converter store. Yeah, in Manly.
I was born in Manly, but in Sydney.
nice.
So, you know.
Manly and Sydney with the concrete roads, the bumpy concrete roads.
Yeah,
If you say so. I vaguely remember going to stay there with my mum and her friend when I was probably about 10, and we stayed up in a house there and went like to the aquarium or something. But I think they were determined to go to it. That was like the Festival of Sydney, and we had to go traipsing every day to follow shows and performances because there was like all performances in the streets and in the parks and everywhere. So that was that holiday. I don't remember actually being in the place of Manly. It's like chasing performers around the city.
yeah.
Following the trail.
I'm
There
definitely
was literally one play that they did, and then they made you follow them. That was like in the park or something. Oh.
Interesting.
Oh no, and another one that did that as well. That was out on like Shark Island, and you had to watch one bit, and then you had to come and like travel around the island to watch the different parts of the play.
An interesting concept.
I guess if the purpose is getting people out in the exploring, it does that job.
It's a good idea.
Actually, I even think a part of that Shark Island play might have happened out on a boat.
All right. I think I better go. This isn't working too well.
All right, dude. Appreciate you popping in.
See ya.
Have fun up there.
Thank
All right.
you, bye.
Oh, what a
I
hives.
talk too much. Do you think?
Hey?
Do I talk too much?
You? No, I think he was probably a little, self-conscious about having a YouTube conversation out in public. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, it could be awkward.
It would be.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's-
I wouldn't like to do it.
He's not necessarily the type of guy who walks around on a speakerphone call conversation, talking as loud as he can and having the volume all the way up. So I think if he was that type of person, he'd have no problem with it. But yeah, I think he finds that behavior as irritating as most people do, except obviously the people that do it. Yeah, hives. What are hives? Some kind of nasty skin breakout, is it?
It's where you get like all the swelling patches and stuff on your skin, allergic reaction.
And it hurts a lot too, doesn't it? Oh no, I'm thinking of shingles. Shingles is the one that hurts heaps, isn't it?
Yeah, shingles hurts a lot. Shingles is nerve.
Mm.
Hives are itchy, but usually if you're at the point where you've got hives, you're probably feeling pretty shit as well because your whole system's probably, under attack or reaction.
Yeah, yeah. So, GRB, did you send me a message getting me to enter into a strange competition? I didn't go back through the chat to see if you'd
Intriguing.
responded. Huh?
I said, how intriguing.
Because to the best of my knowledge, GRB doesn't use Facebook or Facebook Messenger. But I received a message in Facebook Messenger, which ironically enough also, the message has come through in Facebook Messenger, but it says at the top of the screen, invite this person to Messenger. So yeah, I think it was fake. A hackage attempt.
Sounds pretty suspicious, doesn't that?
Are they from Sweden, Mickham? Yeah, I did enjoy their first record. I think was fantastic. Didn't know they were Swedish though. Shingles is showing up in many people in Australia. Yeah, I know several people who've had it.
It's from the chicken pox.
Yeah, that's right. And shit ton of us had that when we were kids, so it only stands to reason that we'd get some shingles floating around.
Yeah, they have a vaccine for shingles now. My understanding is it's a doozy, but it's better than shingles. So,
What do you mean it's a doozy? Like it still gives you a shit effect or something?
apparently it kind of knocks you down, makes you feel like crap for a couple days. But way better than the shingles, I'll tell you that.
Well,
Yeah.
so I don't really know. I got diagnosed with shingles in my ear by my doctor. I had really bad ear pain and couldn't sleep and stuff. And he did a bunch of looking and a bunch of testing and said it's shingles. But like it fully was localized in my ear. But then he gave me some medicine for it. That was really scary. But he was like, if you just take this, it's specifically for nerve pain. And so you'll be able to sleep at night. And he goes, and when you wake up in the morning, you'll be fine. So I took it at night and I did sleep. And then I couldn't wake up the next day. And I have little kids. And I couldn't stay awake. I was like trying so hard to like be awake. And yeah. It was just the scariest day of laying on the couch, falling in and out of sleep and trying desperately to stay awake enough and trying to get my older babies to do things for my smaller babies. It was terrible. And I don't know. So I didn't take any more of that medicine.
Yes. I had to cease taking nerve painkillers when I had my bad back because they were pretty shitty full-on meds and I didn't think they were helping anyway.
But did they mess you up like that? Like he knew I had like little kids and he said, just help me sleep and I'll be fine.
G'day, Joel G. He says, how long ago was that, Scungy? That you had your ear shingles?
Like 10 years ago, I guess. That's my best guess. Yeah, 9 or 10 years.
Ah, sweet. GRB says it was legit.
Oh,
What's
wow.
that?
His offer for me to win a guitar, but he gets extra entries in the competition, so I shouldn't enter it. So you've got a little extra tiny bit more chance to win.
Mm-hmm.
One less entry. But as long as you got your extra entries just by sharing it, as long as I don't have to enter as well, then you consider it an extra entry that I'm not entered one time. That's good logic, right?
Cora Works says if you've had the chickenpox vaccine too, you could get shingles from that, but it's pretty rare. While true, it's like a very small percentage of people get shingles from the chickenpox vaccine.
Interesting.
But if you've had chickenpox, like almost anybody over 35, 32, something like that, probably had chickenpox when you were a kid because it went everywhere. I mean, and chickenpox sucked, man. If I recall, you're out for like a week and a half or something, you know? I remember I missed a whole week of school. Like,
I remember being really jealous that mine wasn't as bad as my sister's. So everyone was like, oh, she's suffering so badly. And I was like, but I have it too. But nobody cares about me because I wasn't as sick.
yeah.
Yeah, I remember having it as a kid,
I
but
got the
not
shingles,
being
she didn't. So there you go.
made up for it in the end.
Yes. Except by then I was too old for anyone to have any sympathy for me.
Yeah, I don't remember my chickenpox being too fierce.
Hello, darling.
Coral Works says, I mean, a pretty small percentage of people who had chickenpox get shingles too. I wouldn't call 1 out of 3 a small percentage. I wouldn't call 1 out of 3 a small percentage. That means one of the 3 of us on stream right now.
And she's had it, so yeah.
And
We're
she's had
safe.
it in her ear. Luckily, it wasn't like a big outbreak. My sister's only 45. My sister's only 45, and she had it not last year, but the year before. It was like down her side, like real bad. And she was not having fun.
JRB says, I've never had chickenpox and I'm 56. Does that make me more likely to get shingles? I think it means you won't get shingles.
Yeah, it generally means you won't unless you somehow catch chickenpox because what is it? What's the technical name for chickenpox? Chickenpox name. It's like varicella something. Varicella zoster, right? And then it's herpes zoster that you get from having the varicella gone dormant in your body, and then you get herpes zoster, which is shingles. Yeah, it's not fun.
So I have to make a decision kind of nowish if I'm going to run away, jump in the creek and come back or not. Because this will be the timing for me to get my kid off the bus at the creek. If I drive down, then I don't have to walk the hot way. I can just drive down, pick him up off the bus, we can jump in the water and come back. But I don't know if I should do that.
It sounds like a good idea in this weather.
Sounds better. Sounds better than the weather here. It's just been snowing all day.
I'm like actually jealous of that.
Me too.
I'd go for that. And I could like light fires and wear like fluffy boots and stuff. I do those things. That would make me happy.
Yeah.
But no,
Cody Donovan has a good question here. Says, is there a chickenpox vaccine? To answer that, yes, there is one. And should you get the chickenpox vaccine and the shingles vaccine? So when I talked to my doctor, they said, well, you've already had chickenpox, so there's really no reason to get the vaccine for that. And then the shingles vaccine, they normally are, well, in the States, they're administering that like after you're 50, is the recommendation I got, which might be legit. It might be wrong. Who knows? My doc said, hey, when you're 50, we'll give you the shingles vaccine, but there's not really a big reason to do it until then. It's interesting that my sister got it like under 50. It's not super common or whatever from my understanding, but yeah, I would definitely get the vaccine. I think it's much better to feel a little bit crappy for a few days from the vaccine versus so my sister was like 3 weeks or something that she was like, I don't think she was like out, but she was not happy. That's the easy way I would put it.
Yeah, you would have been in your 20s when you got it if we said 10 years ago.
What's that?
When Sarah got shingles.
Oh, yeah.
And it could have been like 9 years ago. So it might have been like 30. But yeah, still not very elderly, not very old. But it was pretty gross and incredibly painful.
Yeah.
You know.
So what did you decide? Are you going to go and possibly come back?
Yeah, well, I'll like go and come back. It won't take me like very long, right? And that way you guys can have a talk without me talking over everybody.
Oh, I don't mind. It fills the empty space.
And and then I'll come back and tell you how nice the creek was.
I bet you it's going to be nice.
But yeah, I'll go just like in a couple of minutes. I got to time it right for the bus.
Yeah.
I just had to make up my mind because I had to message him because I've only got one child coming home tonight because the other one is going to go to my mum's house.
Mm-hmm.
And so I had to message the one who's coming and let him know just in case so I don't have to be standing at the bus stop waving the bus down. Then he can just get off and know that I'm just parked just near the bus stop. And so I don't miss him or anything. So I've told him that I'll come. Now I have
Solid
to go.
prep.
Now you have to go.
Yeah, but otherwise my kid will be off down in the bush somewhere.
G'day, Gina.
Off being lost in the bush.
The best place to be lost.
It's going to be
Indeed.
nice. Oh, do you know what I got? Oh, where are they? I don't think anyone cares, but I care. So I'm going to show you. Except now I can't find them and I want them. Sorry, I'll be back.
I'm intrigued now. I've got no idea what she's talking about.
She's going to the creek.
No, she said she's got to go and find something to show us, something that she found.
Well, I bought this. I bought these, but I was pretty stoked because I got them for $5, and they're like waterproofy shoes that I can wear to go on a big adventure up my creek.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
That's nice.
So that's going to be good. I haven't worn them yet.
Keep all the rock shards off of your feet and whatnot.
Well, you know what it is like because the rocks are not sharp; they're all really round.
Mm-hmm.
But there's nowhere to stand where you're not. You just and like some rocks are wobbly, so you have to be a bit careful.
Right.
But basically just constantly walking on all these hard lumps, and you don't get any break where you just get to have a flat supported foot.
Yeah.
And so you'll be fine for a while. Depending on my like mood on the day, I can go like some hours and be off missioning and be like really happy. And then all of a sudden you're like, I just need to stand really flat on the ground on a strong supported piece of ground with my feet flat and not walk across these rocks anymore. And what I found is, because I do a lot of the beds, the creek beds, that have got no water but just all the rocks. And so if I do those in my boots, I can mission and my feet don't get tired from it, because that little bit of extra support of the shoe means that the unevenness of the rocks, I'm like showing everyone with my hands but off camera. Anyway, it doesn't like bother my feet as much because I've got the sole of the boot to support my foot. And so this is my theory, is that if I get these, then I can truly mission off up the creek. It doesn't matter if I've got to cross water and stuff, because like I don't go in the water in my boots. So I've got to take, there's different bits. So there's a whole bit I want to go to where there's no bits that are out of the water.
Oh, yeah.
I've got to just mission through the water for a number of kilometers.
That's where the gators are.
Maybe in another 10 years.
They're just hanging, lurking.
Well,
Lurking down there.
Crocodiles, not gators, but they're definitely coming further south.
So I spoke to the lady
You could
who
have gators there. You don't know. We got both. We got both here now. We got gators and crocodiles.
Well, apparently we have platypus in the creek. I haven't seen them.
Those are dangerous, right?
I'm going to have to go.
At sunrise.
Very, very dangerous. Well, no, without my dog. If I'm going to hope to see a platypus, I've got to not have my dog with me, because they're very, very shy, and you've got to be really quiet. That's my experience of getting to see them, is that you just have to be really quiet, and then they'll come out.
Sunrise and sunset are your best times for platypi.
Oh, so like if you're doing a platypus adventure, you just got to chill and like hope you get to see one kind of deal. Oh, I didn't realize. I've never even encountered. I don't even know if I've ever seen a platypus at the freaking zoo.
I don't think I've seen one in the zoo, but I have seen them in the wild. But that might be because I live in Australia and go swimming in creeks.
What animal in Australia isn't dangerous? There's a lot of them. There's like that snake that Blacky was messing with the other day.
I had a foot-long earthworm on my concrete the other day. That was pretty harmless.
Mm-hmm.
It's huge, but it made me a little bit jealous. That's right, Coro, you go. I'm going to answer Coro's question about pies.
Should I leave you on? I'll go away so you guys have space and, to see all your faces and bits and stuff. I'll be back.
Rightio. I'll just drop you down. Now, Coro, g'day, Debs, by the way, and also Coro asks, Blacky, what's your favourite pie? Are you talking dessert pie or main meal pie? Because there's
valid question. Valid question.
Yeah. I'm not sure if we've got a native val growing in the creeks around here, but it's definitely a type of val. But like I said, I'm not sure if it's native or if it's invasive. I've got a stash of it in one of my bathtubs down at the son's house.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta go and steal a couple of bits, even though they're all like 1.5 meters long now because they've not been pruned back and they just all swirl around in the top of the tub.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, cockers aren't very dangerous as well, GRB. Yeah, dessert pie. I like a good old traditional caramel pie. Properly made caramel with butter and brown sugar. I mean, I'll still enjoy if I eat a savoury pie after dinner. Is that not dessert? It's a postprandial pie. Yeah, good caramel pie. I will eat that. You know that canned stuff. I'm sure you guys get it over there too. Made by Nestle. You used to be able to boil up a can of condensed milk and it'd turn into caramel.
Mm-hmm.
You do that one, but yeah,
Yep.
now they just decided to provide it in a can already. Maybe there was too many people having exploding hot caramel cans.
I've had that happen. I used to make them in a restaurant setting. I used to make them like, I don't know, 20 or something. I don't know, however many came in a flat, right, at a time. And
Just boiling a whole bunch of cans up all at once.
Yep.
Yeah, right.
I legit had one like shoot up straight up into the hood, the hood system.
Uh-huh.
It was pretty wild.
Do
Unexpected because we'd like done it so many times, right? That you're like, this is just a thing that we do, and here we are.
And what was this
doing
in a
it.
time when those cans needed a can opener, or did they have pull tabs on them?
They needed a can opener, yeah, for sure.
Because that was my theory that that they were more prone to explode once they put pull tabs on them, because obviously the lid on that can is going to be a much weaker seal. But it must have been happening for years before that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, why boil it now when you can just buy it already boiled?
Right.
So, and also, why buy the cans when you can just chuck some butter and brown sugar together and make a much tastier caramel?
The savagery of the random burp.
Yeah, there was a couple on the trot, and right when I was trying to talk as well. So rude of my stomach. I also like a really good apple pie with some nice soft serve ice cream, or you serve your apple pie up still warm out the oven and just put normal ice cream and give it a minute or two to turn into soft serve.
Mm-hmm.
Very good. And as far as savoury pies, I mean, if I go to the bakery, I'll get a pepper steak pie, but I also like a nice spicy peppery pot pie as a main meal.
Mm-hmm.
Is always good. But yeah, I do enjoy the convenience of a meat pie, that it's all packaged in pastry and it's a walk around meal if you need be.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of one of those things, like the pie comes in like so many different shapes and forms, and they're all delicious, right?
Mm.
And I think for me, I would argue that a savory pie is actually better than the sweet pie, in my opinion, right? Just from the standpoint of the savory pie is so much more versatile than the sweet pie. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Yeah, it's like there's so much more that you could do with the savory side of it.
Yeah, well, I certainly eat a lot more savoury pie than I do
Right.
sweets pies.
Because like the savory pie, you can make a whole meal out of the dang thing. You know what I mean? Like you can make a bunch of mincemeats or something, and there's dinner, bro. But if you just have some apple pie, it's like you can't just be eating apple pie for dinner like a psycho. I mean, you can, but it's not a it's not a great idea. It's not the greatest plan, as it were.
I remember as a teenage lad, one of the bands that I was playing in was out near the ocean side, and there was a very famous pie shop just down the hill from where we used to practice, and so we'd go down for a break halfway through a jam session and go and get like 2 or 3 family-sized apple pies covered in soft serve ice cream,
Yeah.
and just sit there and gorge ourselves on those before going back and playing. 9 times out of 10, the first half of practice was much more productive than the second half due to the itis.
Yeah.
G'day, Sterlo. Yeah, gorging on that much apple pie and ice cream is not conducive to productivity.
It's not. No, you're not going to get a lot done. That's for sure.
Yeah. But so they were very, very good apple pies. All made on premises. No frozen shit. Fresh as. Pies for days.
Pies for all of the days.
I was getting right into the corn and asparagus pies at my local pie shop. Oh, look out. Let's have a go at this.
Hello.
There
Hi,
he is.
dude.
This is much better. I'm in the park.
In the park.
I'm in the park.
I'm in the park, mate. With all the boats and stuff.
So hot up there.
Oh yeah, it's muggy as all hell. Yes.
Yeah, it's pretty gross.
Time
I
to
was
crack.
saying earlier, I had my had air conditioner dudes come and fix my aircon today, and then I foolishly decided to stream outside instead of in the cool.
Mhm.
And do you know what my justifying reason was? Was because I've just noticed that my laptop's about to run out of power because I forgot to plug it in. My justifying reason was for me to connect my... Crikey, he's flying low. Can everyone hear him? Helicopter.
No.
Yeah,
Helicopters.
to connect my microphone stand to my little computer table in there, because it's a little picnic table with a wall and the top thing. I've got to put a 90mm PVC end cap upside down to fill the space that I can screw the mount onto.
Yeah.
And that was my justifying reason, that was too much effort to enjoy the air conditioning. I'd have to do so much extra effort to set my microphone up. I'm now regretting that laziness.
For the air con, as it were.
I was my other lesser meaningful reason was that I was kind of hoping by this hour of the afternoon the wind would start to pick up and there'd be a storm blowing in or something.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, that hasn't happened as yet.
No, blue skies.
G'day, Panalternate. Ahoy there again to you. Doesn't look like a Moreton Bay fig to me. It looks like a small leaf fig.
Yeah, it's a small leaf. There's a Moreton Bay over there with the big leaves, but this one's got small leaves.
They're very, very, very creative, the marketing department that day, weren't they? The small leaf fig. But I guess it makes a point, makes it obvious.
Yeah. It's fucking hot. I'm glad I found a nice spot in the park, though. That pub was sweltering and noisy as fuck. Sorry, guys, for that assault.
Now, we couldn't hear the background noise very much, I don't think. Now I've got another helicopter coming through. What's going on? It's not even weed harvest time yet. didn't know helicopters could fly upside down. I think I've seen video of a helicopter flying upside down.
Remote control one can.
If not just for a few seconds in stunt work and stuff. Some of those helicopter stunt videos are pretty crazy. What dudes do in those things.
Yeah, the remote control pro stuff is off its head. They'll get right up close to the ground and be upside down and flip it. And, yeah, madness. Definitely
Sure
wouldn't
is.
in there in the pilot seat because it's the G forces would be extreme.
Yeah, no doubt. One thing I still regret not learning to do was become a helicopter pilot. But I suppose I never had the money. It's quite an expensive hobby.
Indeed.
Had this old fella who used, when I was working at Woolworths, used to come in every day, and he used to be he was an ex-Navy pilot, I think,
Mm-hmm.
from the England. And yeah, I think he was all talk, but he was like, yeah, I can teach you how to fly a helicopter. I can fly helicopters. But yeah, I don't think he was willing to back that up unless I gave him many, many, many thousands of dollars.
Big Boys Club.
Well, you used to fly helicopters too, BJ. Crikey. I'm going to assume that means you've either flown a helicopter upside down or you've been in one whilst it's upside down. Bush planes are cheaper to run and more in demand for work. And I think a wee bit easier to fly than a helicopter too. It's probably a good place to start. A bit simpler planes. Point and shoot, pretty much.
Not as agile. No hover.
That's for sure. Thanks, Saints Dust. Good to see you. Take care. We'll see you on the next one.
Have you ever seen the Queensland cattle helicopters?
Maybe, but it doesn't ring a bell.
Oh, they round up the cattle in the outback with the helicopters, little ones, and man, they are crazy. The shit they pull off. High mortality rate, but damn,
I doubt. Yeah, I've flown those little helicopters in DayZ a fair bit, and they're all the little helicopters are so much more dangerous than the big helicopters.
Absolutely.
More reactive to making mistakes. Little mistakes have big results, whereas little mistakes in big helicopters can be fixed up pretty quick.
Yeah.
So what he's up to up there, Joshua?
Emma's doing a silver sale at a little shop called Apothecary Botanica here at Manly, and I'm just along for the ride. And some tequilas in the park.
Tequila in the park. Trash Cat's telling you she's still ready to party, Z-Beam.
Oh yeah.
Still.
Let's rock and roll. Get over to Australia. So my family was going to come up for around Easter, but they looked at rentals and things that are usually like $200 are now like $1,000 for the Easter weekend, for the weekend. Which is a blues fest. Brutal.
Don't they always do that, but all the prices go up for all the people that don't give a shit about how expensive Blues Fest is?
Yeah, it's amazing how our region is just economically hammered. How much people would just make megabucks out of others. Just it's ridiculous.
I wonder, can Trash Cat make it out in time for your party?
1st of April. It's going to be a Mexican fiesta. I got my wrestler's mask. You see, but the wrestler's mask came yesterday, and we went into Byron. I thought, fuck it, I'm going to have a trial run wearing it while we're driving around Byron. That was awesome. Got some funny looks from people. My wife called me an attention whore. I'm like, yeah.
Contention whore.
I loved it.
So yeah, Z-Beam birthday party, April 1st. Mexican themed. What was it? Bring your own tequila and your own plate of Mexican food to share.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure you can organise plane tickets and whatnot in that time, Trash Cat.
Oh. Nice.
And they wasn't there like two or three others that were coming as well. Might as well get group rates. Smashing them down, bro. What is it? Tequila soda and lime or something?
Yeah, 6%ers. $14 a 4-pack. Why not?
It's a nice can. Pretty.
Yeah, gotta love the skulls. But a bit sad. Products like these are really good, but not enough people buy them, so they go on discount and it's clearance and bye-bye.
And then never see them again. Yeah.
That's right. It's fucking shitty.
So mad.
I guess the key thing to do is when you find one like that that's you think's on the way out, just buy cartons and cartons of it, stockpile them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Get them out on special occasions.
Yeah, cans are better fresh, especially the acids of the lime. That'll eat into the plastic coating on the aluminium can.
True.
My dad came up to visit me and he left some cans of Mother, that Red Bull copycat that Coca-Cola brought out in Australia. And these big Mother cans sat there for like 8 years, and I went and checked on them, and one of them was totally empty. And then I looked at the bottom, and the acids is eaten through the plastic and then eaten through the can and leaked in this bar fridge that we had out in the laundry. That's totally fucking. It's fucked up, man. Food acids. Ugh. Don't drink old cans. Yuck.
Yep.
Sound advice.
Yeah.
That is good advice.
And also any like bottles with metal caps on with the plastic on the inside as well. Don't store them on their side so that the metal caps are sitting in the liquid.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Stand those boys up.
Yeah. So with my fish, I've worked out that the pump that I've got that runs through the filter just leaks like a motherfucker. So it's called the lazy water change for me because it's outside. I just get it primed and get it running, fill up the bowl and let it rip, and it drains 60% of the water, and and I just refill the fucker. Oh, yeah. Could have an outdoor fish.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, don't be sorry, Cat. Just be better. Yeah, my bloody pregnant prawn or buried prawn still hasn't dropped her babies yet.
Yeah, right.
Malted skin. This is the amazing thing that I found is that she somehow has managed to molt her skin and not drop the babies. How do they do that when the babies are all clung onto bits of that skin?
Wow.
Yeah, no.
Pretty crazy. But
It's
I've
a
also got
mystery.
these, I've got these I don't know if I did a water beetle one short on my YouTube the other day, but I've got these 2 or 3 water beetles that have taken up residence in the tank as well. So it's nice that it's a native tank, prawns, gudgeon, and water beetles. And these little water beetles, they're probably only a centimetre long, shaped like a football but flat. Pardon me. And
Shaped like a football, but flat.
They deflate gate beetles, they should call them. Not very topical. That happened ages ago.
That was a while ago.
But yeah, it's very cool to watch them because there's a little bit of blackbeard algae in there, and the prawns and these beetles just pretty much graze through the algae looking for microorganisms and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And these little beetles, they keep a bubble of air on their butt, what they breathe through, and then they scoot up to the surface and retop up their bubble and go back down to the bottom.
Mm-hmm. That they do.
I don't know if these guys are going to be eating any baby prawns, Coro, because they're only little tiny water beetles. They're not like those water scorpion dudes that can be pretty nasty.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I know.
The
You
ones
go.
you've really got to watch out from the creek are the caddisfly or dragonfly nymphs. They're great. They stick at the top of the water column and just wait, stealth as, and then just snap hold of anything they get. I've seen them liquefy
Yeah,
fish.
they're brutal.
Ugly.
Brutal.
Fish.
And I've had, having tanks outside and stuff, I've had quite a few dragonfly larvae in my tanks. Pretty rapid to get them out when I find them, even though they turn into such lovely creatures. It's like the ugly duckling, ugly when it's little and quite pretty when it's big.
Yeah.
Yeah, my no, they're not crays, Coro. They're prawns, freshwater prawns.
Prawns.
Yeah, the prawn, the big mama prawn, and the empire gudgeon. I think it seems I've only got one of the gudgeons left, and it's the biggest empire. I'm hoping it's an empire gudgeon, but it's got red on its tail, and I don't know of any other gudgeons around here that have red in them, apart from the purple spotted, if that's coming down here now, but that's no purple spotted. It's way too small. Yeah, they've got a really interesting relationship because prawn definitely wants to eat gudgeon, and gudgeon is definitely a catchable size for the prawn. So yeah, the gudgeon's basically constantly looking around it at all times, making sure it knows exactly where the mother prawn is. And as soon as she gets within an inch of him, he bails, which is very funny. Last night I was feeding some mosquito wrigglers, mainly to the gudgeon, but it got the prawn all excited as well. So she's like darting around the tank like a lunatic. And she's trying to catch little wrigglers, but she's also, every time she gets close to the gudgeon, she's going for him instead. It's fun to watch.
Mm-hmm.
G'day, George.
I just saw a youth drive by with its loud music, and on the back it had a massive sticker that said "financial mistake."
just the ute or his entire life?
Who knows? Here he comes again. He's doing a Blacky with his fat bait.
He's rubbing his mistake into everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do call them shrimps.
Shrimp.
I'm going to keep calling it prawn because I like to call it a prawn. And they get fished and cooked up just like prawns too. But you guys call bloody prawns over there shrimp, so
Shrimp
ideally
is
we're all just talking the same shit anyway.
Mm-hmm.
little. Prawn is big.
But they might say shrimp is little, scampi is big.
Yeah, right. The scampi.
Scampi.
Scampi's like a big shrimp, isn't it? Or a
That's
prawn?
Yeah, it's more a dish more than anything.
Ah, okay, so it's not an actual animal. Oh, that's right, because they say you can make scampi out of prawns or lobster tail,
Mm-hmm.
or even crayfish, possibly, and probably.
smashing through these. Oh,
Lucky M's driving, eh?
that's right. The shop had a cat, a Bastet. Didn't want to borrow me. Tried to go near it, and it was just like, fuck off. Did not want me to touch it at all.
I always like those challenges.
Yeah, I'll keep pushing. Grumpy mood because it's got full fur and it's fucking hot. I think I got the better end of the deal though. Emma's in the hot shop. I'm in Parkland. Got the pool and all the boats. So first day of autumn. Bring on
What?
winter. So, yeah, for us, it's autumn.
Oh, yeah, wow, I hadn't even clicked to that because it's so hot.
Yeah,
Yeah, but considering our summer was pretty damn mild by our standards, we're probably going to have like a really toasty autumn. I think this summer's just going to keep going the way it's going for another month yet.
I think you're on the money. It's gonna still be hot for another month for sure.
Yeah, you guys are gonna be stuck in summer like forever.
No.
I think the seasons are just moving a little bit, and they're just not going to line up with how we've had them in the calendar for so many years.
Right.
Maybe when they worked out this 365 and 366 day year cycle, maybe they got it a little wrong. Maybe someone forgot to carry the 9.
It's possible.
There should be 13 moons. Because there's 13 full moons a year.
Yeah, that's right. So there should be 13 months and 13 zodiac signs.
Yeah. Squished into 12 just doesn't make any sense.
No wonder the calendar's getting messed up.
Right.
Those bloody Gregorians, they stuffed up.
They did. So, have you watched any more? Have you watched The Last of Us yet?
I'm up to date. Yes.
Yeah.
Joel, I don't think Joel started
episode-
it yet, have you?
No, I haven't started it yet.
Okay.
What did you say about the
Alright,
last
no
episode,
spoilers,
Zeke?
but that last episode was, it's it was like retrospective, and I was like, oh, just move on. Like, don't give me backstory. Just progress.
I did get the shits with that too. The sure, you've got to fill an episode and stuff, and there was some exciting bits, but yeah, let's not go backwards in a story like this. Let's just keep going forwards.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, the other episode where they strayed from, the main storyline, the Nick Offerman one, that was a pretty cool episode because it was just showing someone else's experience at the time, and they were someone that was linked to the main people. But yeah, let's not go back in time. That was happening at the same sort of time as the storyline anyway, so it was a good bit of insight. So
Yeah,
I 100% agree about that.
Yeah, that last episode had no connectivity. It was like just backstory bullshit.
Yeah. Mando season 3 starts tonight, our time.
Yeah, it starts
Fuck
tomorrow.
Fuck
I'm pretty
yeah.
excited.
What time, Blacky?
That I'm not 100% sure of, but I can find out pretty rapid. I suppose I can always connect with the HDMI. Took my bloody Chromecast out to try and fix up my mum's telly. Pardon me. Season 3 coming to March. Doesn't tell me a time of clock though.
Go.
But apparently, I saw a thing on the interwebs earlier today or it might have been yesterday, that Sebastian Stan is making an appearance as Luke Skywalker. Instead of CGIing Luke Skywalker, they've got Sebastian Stan, and he was like ages ago. I can't remember whether it was a year ago or 2 years ago. I was like saying this Sebastian Stan guy could pass as Luke Skywalker.
Mm-hmm.
You called it.
He's got the dimple in the chin and everything.
Nice.
But I didn't. It was one of those things that I just scrolled past, and I didn't actually click the link to find out if it was just a nonsense bullshit story or if it was legit.
Do you
Probably.
think they'll do a digi bashing and modify his face slightly to be just a little bit more Mark Hamill?
Yeah, I'd say that's probably on the cards.
Yeah.
But yeah, I also imagine that this close to release, they're not. It's too late to be trying to sling around nonsense stories and stuff. So they'd be only reporting fact by now.
Yeah. So Emma's a bit of a trekkie. So every night she goes to bed watching old reruns of Star Trek, and that's a bit boring. So I just stay on my own and watch other shit. But Picard has been awesome on Paramount. It's so oldie though. Like Patrick Stewart's getting quite old, but it's awesome to see him still acting it out, and playing the roles. And
I've heard nothing but good things about Picard.
Oh, it's awesome! It's awesome. High concept.
And is there not a is there a new Star Trek show coming out as well? I've heard that's supposed to be quite fantastic also.
Yeah, Strange New Worlds. That's out. That's released. That's really good.
Right.
Yeah. So on like a parallel timeline. But yeah, that's really good. Really good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 'cause I did like some of the Next Generation, but not religiously. Obviously, some of the original old one because it used to always be on telly as repeats when I was a kid. What was the other one? Deep Space Nine, I think.
Yep.
With the lady
And Voyager.
captain.
That's Voyager.
Voyager, yeah. I don't know. I maybe
Yeah.
will watch some of those, but yeah, I've just never been that into Star Trek.
Did you guys ever watch shit? Perfect. Mr. Mercedes.
Mr. Mercedes.
Seen that?
Don't think
Yeah,
so.
it's based on novel, I think. And oh man, it's awesome. It's really good. About this,
What's it? Elevator pitch.
well, there's old cop and his wife died to a murderer, and he's trying to track him down, and the murderer tracks him down and fucks with him continually, and it's a bit cerebral and dark and nasty, but there's justice, there's payoff, so it's satisfying. Holy shit.
'Twas that. G'day, Steve.
Wasn't the crane, that's okay.
I dropped something a little bit high.
I don't know if you can see the crane. No, the crane's not operational, so it wasn't the crane. It's all right.
Oh, I got a good one for you, Huawei, in response to that. Did you know Hollywood producer Albert Brooks, his real name is Albert Einstein?
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
I mean, to be fair, it's a factoid going on Coro's previous statement that I've learnt from crosswords or trivia, one of the ones that I play daily. Yeah. And apparently Albert Brooks is called Albert Einstein on his birth certificate. And I wonder, does that mean that the whatever union he was involved in, being involved in Hollywood and stuff, whether that means he changed it because Albert Einstein had to sign up if he did a film or something, so the name can't exist twice. Oh, GRB, I went back and started to do the old Battlestar Galactica when I found it on one of the streaming services, the old vintage one from, crikey, I think it actually started in 79, maybe 80. And yeah, it didn't hold up well at all, so I had to give up on that. And then I have considered giving the new one a go. Newer one, I should say, because it's certainly not new anymore, is it?
Yeah, the newer one is not rewatchable. There's all the plot twist. Your brain is just like bang on the money. You know what's coming. It doesn't work.
Right.
It's not rewatchable. Like, you can try, but you know what's coming, pretty much.
Well, I don't think I watched. Like, I watched some of the remake one when it first started, but I don't think I stuck with it. So I think that's probably a good enough sign. Huh?
Battlestar Galactica.
It is rewatchable, you're saying?
If you haven't.
Right, yeah, because it won't be a rewatch primarily. It'll be a watch, apart from maybe the first 3 or 4 episodes. And that was a long time ago, so I've definitely forgotten anything that happened. What did Frank Einstein do, Huawei, that he was such a monster? Can anyone tell me what country this is the flag of?
He's talking about Frankenstein's monster.
Frank Einstein.
It's pronounced Frankenstein.
I am so disappointed with myself that I didn't even get that joke. Oh, look out, we lost Seabean. I should have known after the recent history of dad jokes and puns and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Frankenstein. What have you watched lately? You probably haven't had enough time to be sat down watching stuff.
I haven't really had any time to be like watching really anything. I haven't got to catch much of Yeah, hasn't been much, man. I'll tell you that.
That's a good one too, Trash Cat. I'll pay that. I nearly didn't stream today because I really wasn't feeling the best, and I'm kind of glad I did now because I'm feeling much happier than I was 2 hours ago.
Feeling better now.
It may be the bong that I had an hour before streaming or the few drinks that I've had, but at least I'm picking up.
Yeah.
That's all that counts. And, I got to see my woman's face. That's always a bonus.
It's always nice, right?
I actually got to see her in the flesh yesterday, or
Yeah.
not in the flesh. She was wearing clothes.
Ah.
I had to take one of my sons up to the train station so he could take the train up to Brisbane to go and see his woman because she lives quite a distance away. He's like father, like son. And where Sarah works is on the road between where I had to go and my home to drop Abel at the trains. So I dropped Abel at the train, went into Tweed Eds, went through Kmart and Big W to see what Lego they had. It was me killing time because it was like 1 o'clock in the afternoon and Sarah finished work at 3:30, and it's not the kind of job where your boyfriend who looks like me can just rock in and give you a cuddle in the office and stuff. So I was killing time till 3:30 when she knocked off work. And she works right near a big servo, a roadhouse, if you will.
Oh, okay.
Off the side of the highway. The place where she works is in a little industrial estate tucked in behind the servo.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, I killed as much time as I could. Went and had a zinger burger and some chips at KFC while I was in Tweed. Went to the big bottle shop and still got ripped off on liquor.
Mm-hmm.
And then went and met up with her in the car park of the servo, and hugged and canoodled and necked and all that kind of stuff that the crazy kids do in public.
Those crazy kids, I'm telling you.
It's a pretty ridiculous time of year, but in an air-conditioned shopping centre where I went to look for Legos and stuff, and there's girls walking around in bikinis and with their butts out and stuff, and it's like, don't know how much of those visuals an old man like me can handle. Oh, and I ran into a friend of mine too, an old dude that I went to school with.
Oh, yeah?
It's like Tweed Heads, not Mullumbimby, and I'm running into people that I know. So that was an extra nice little bit of extra time killing that I could stand and have a chat with old mate for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
My phone overheated.
Oh shit! Yeah, man,
Yeah.
I'm always so scared to do StreamYard on my telephone because of the battery drain and how hot it gets. I'm always frightened it's going to explode in my face or something.
If you got a Samsung, maybe it'll explode, but Apple's got protections at least.
No, I've got an
Millions.
Oppo. Oppo's probably
Right.
just as bad as Samsung for exploding.
Yeah,
Oh,
brutal.
Buck Rogers, that had the little bloody robot that went bitty 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 bitty
Bitty
bitty.
bitty.
What was his name?
Maybe.
Tweaky or something. Tweaky, because he was on crack. Like,
Because he was
teach him
cracked
some-
out.
Teach him some new words already. Maybe that was just his processing noise. I'm processing data. Did he actually speak, the robot in Buck Rogers?
I don't know.
I'm sure he had words other than bitty 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 bitty.
It's possible.
There's one station further south than Robina in our GRB, and it's at Varsity Lakes, which Varsity Lakes was like a I guess all towns are constructs, but it's was pretty much built as like there's schools and unis and that kind of stuff going on down there. So they popped the line, extended the line down to there. But yeah, Varsity's only, it's probably only 15 minutes north of Tweed. The worst thing is that there's mad bloody roadworks have been going on for like 10 years, widening the M1 motorway down the coast, and where they're doing the roadworks at the moment is pretty much between Coolangatta or Tugun and Varsity Lake. So sometimes, depending on which day you go and what time you go, you can sit there in traffic for 40 minutes doing the slow crawl through the roadworks. But yeah, thankfully we had a pretty good run and there was no stop-start traffic. It was good doing it on Tuesday in the middle of the day. Mental note, only take Abel to the station on Tuesdays in the middle of the day.
You got it.
Oh, Pan Alternate, you're a local too, are you, dude? I forgot to mention too, because I think it's your first time here, so we've taken your cherry.
It's the cops.
I think that's fire, isn't it?
Coming to get me. They're coming to get me. Drinking in the park.
Everybody, it's the cops.
He's probably got a knife too.
No,
I bet you-
no blade today. Fuck that.
Oh, dude. Okay, he must be, you're one of Z-Beam's mates, I'm taking, if you're from Main Arm.
Who is it? I can't see the chat.
Pan Alternate
An alternate.
says he's from Main Arm. No, Alternate, like alternate or alternate.
Oh.
Yeah, he says he's your mate.
Really? Reveal your true name, Pen. Alternate.
I can't quite. He's like his little Christoph.
Christoph. Hey, yo.
Christoph.
Hey, bro. He's followed through. He's catching the streams.
Nice one. Yeah, he says he lives around the corner from you.
Yep. It does.
Yeah, well, I used to just go when I was going back and forth between here and Brisbane. I was just going to Robina Station, and then the Varsity Station came along after I was doing those trips. And realistically, it's only like if you stay on the freeway and go to Robina, it's only an extra like 3 or 4 minutes up the freeway from Varsity anyway. Yeah, where are you at, Coro? Is Coro Works one of your mates too, Josh?
Not sure.
No, I think Coro's stateside. I always thought. Has got some interesting Australian references though, so maybe not. Maybe I am incorrect. What do you call a pony with a sore throat? A little horse.
A little horse.
Just round the bend of the ocean, Coro. Well, that certainly clears it up then, doesn't it? I thought the ocean was made of bends.
Just around the bend.
See the flashing lights. They're not coming for me. I'm safe.
Was it the cops or was it the firemen?
It sounded like fire siren to me.
Yeah. Yeah, doing the pincer maneuver.
Doing the what maneuver?
Pincer maneuver. There's another one coming on the scene.
They're doing a pincer maneuver.
Yeah. It's all about the
It's
pincer
an
maneuver.
attack.
Like raptors. You guys remember Jurassic Park? Fucking velociraptors.
One of my favorite funny people, Scott Aukerman, always says that Jurassic Park was the defining movie when all movies became good.
Mm-hmm.
When movies started to become good, I should say.
Yeah.
But yeah, sometimes it's a little bit harsh to say there were no good movies before 1993, or was it 93 or 92?
Hard to say. Hard to prove.
There's no station at Burleigh though, GRB. Wait, Burleigh's further north. Burleigh's like right up near Surfers Paradise. Yeah, I would tend to agree with that too, Christoph. But this in the 70s there was probably some damn fine movies coming out.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's really, it's really difficult to go like, oh, when was the best cinema? Because, it's been around quite a long time.
I watched this shit from the 60s called The Deep Blue Sea with Doris Day, with Emma. Hilarious.
Yeah.
Fucking hilarious.
Agreed.
The protagonist guy in the story was like Elon Musk, but back in the 60s, and his whiz-bang kitchen scene was just so well done and so just stupid but hilarious, with the auto vacuum and how she kept making messes, and just the stereotyping was just so extreme. It was savage.
I think that's one of the fun things about watching old movies from the 50s and 60s is seeing the things that they wouldn't even dare try in movies today.
Yeah. They did redo a really good thing called Don't Worry, Darling. That was really good. Where it's, spoiler alert, but it's all these people jacked into a Matrix-like system where they think they're in reality, but it's all engineered, and it's really good mind fuckery.
Mm-hmm.
Because when the reveal comes through, you're like, damn, maybe they had a thing going on, like way better than the reality they were in anyway. Go virtual. What's it say? I can't see this.
It says, a feminist asked me how I view lesbians. Apparently in HD isn't the correct answer.
Apparently.
Oh.
Yeah, I couldn't even tell you what the next one north of Robina is. Is it Nerang? Which is just inland a bit from Burleigh, I think. Because I think Burleigh's a little bit too far to the east, that they didn't want to run the train line too far to the coast. They wanted to try and maintain a straight line up to the Brisbane stuff. And almost every time Abel comes back from up there, he's got interesting stories about people that he encounters at the Beenleigh station. And I always found connecting at Beenleigh was an interesting experience because it's not the sharpest socio-economic area, and you get some interesting characters. I remember being there one time, and this dude with his plastic bag and his perfect ring of silver around his mouth, just sitting there all day long huffing spray paint. And they're just doing it out in the open.
Oh yeah.
No,
somebody hanging around with the golden beard.
Yeah.
Oh.
He had one dude come up to him and ask him for money, and then asked him if he's got any weed to sell,
Mm-hmm.
and Abel said, no, I don't have any. And he said, do you want some? I can get you some. It's like, he's asking for money. He's asking for weed. I'm not sure if that's the dude that's actually going to be able to provide you with some marijuana.
He's asking for scams.
Yeah.
Money.
And he's got a neon sign on his shirt that says, I'm not very legit.
Well, I'm gonna leave yous and go to the bottle shop again. If you're still streaming, I'll get back in, but I got to go mobile and go for a walk.
Cruising
Rightio.
about.
Nice chatting with you, fellas.
All right.
And
All right, buddy.
Indeed. Enjoy
Sorry.
the heat.
I haven't been able to be active in the chat, but yeah, mobile restraints. Hey,
Indeed. Take
You're on
care.
the loose in the park.
I'm in the park. Yeah.
In the park.
All right. See you.
Toodaloo. Yeah, I have been guilty of being the person with a cigarette lighter in my pocket and going up to someone and saying, hey, I've got a lighter. Can I have a smoke? I don't know how well that lands. Can I just leave you solo for a minute? Because I've got some noises coming from inside the house that I'm not appreciating right now.
Strange noises.
Yeah, humans talking to each other in not very nice tones.
Oh. Grumpy tones. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah. I'll be back.
Let's see. Do you ever think about how weird it is we walk around and live and live stream next to trees and buildings that predate the idea of film? And we broadcast it live across the globe. Yes, I think it is very odd. And there's probably not enough people that like have that much appreciation for the level of technology we've garnered at this point. I think a lot of people take it super for granted, and it's unfortunate, but that's the world that we live in, you know, that a lot of people have just grown so accustomed to the technology and everything and the conveniences and stuff that we have, that it just seems like that's normal. We've always had that. But yeah, I always do find that odd. But I will say today, though, as I was leaving work, due to the snow, the mountains were like super snowy, and then there was a afternoon sunbreak. As I mentioned, it snowed all day today. It was snowing all morning. It snowed all day. It snowed through lunch. It snowed through the afternoon. But when I was leaving work around 5, there was a break in the clouds, and the sun came out, and it was shining directly on the mountains. So as I was driving up to the freeway, I had a majestic view of the mountains, and it was amazing. I did shout, "Look at those effing mountains," to myself, because no one was there to hear it. But yeah, as you guys know, I'm a huge fan of hiking and climbing and mountaineering and stuff, and I hope to get up to do more now that my daughter is getting older. She's 4 now, so hopefully we can't go on some more expeditions. I was working on uploading a little video of this hilarious expedition we went on, but I don't think it's edited well enough yet. So I think I'm gonna do some more edits to it before it hits the internet. My great grandma grew up having to draw well water by hand, and now the whole country is asphalt. And I don't know, it kind of feels like it could be a lie. that it didn't used to be like that. I'm confused by the statement. Are you saying it feels like it could be a lie that it didn't used to be like that? Because I've literally been to properties that still have a well pump on them, but yeah, I mean, I think it's difficult for us to comprehend timescales, right? One of the things that I typically talk about from time to time is the civil rights movement and the fact that most of the what you would consider adults, right? Which I think a lot of people would call them grandparents now. They were alive during that. And that means that all of the others, right, were alive also, right? So that we do still have people alive that remember segregation and all that stuff because they were segregated and whatnot. But it's not easily recognized by like people that are around now. If you're like in your mid 30s or whatever, or 20s, or maybe even in your 40s, it's pretty easy to go like, well, that stuff's all solved. And yet it's very easy to not realize that those people are still among us. As somebody pointed out to me at one point that, the people that threw rocks at those kids, they're still alive. And, recently, there was photos of Jerry Jones, the owner of the Dallas Cowboys, who was standing in crowds, just like, I'm just here. Look at me. I'm Jerry Jones. I'm just, oh, hey, look, there's something going on, guys. And that guy's very much still around and has a very huge position, So, yeah, it's very easy to just go like, yeah, it's always the technology and everything has always just been like this, right? But it hasn't. It has accelerated rapidly, even in my time. I'm only 42 years old, and in the entirety of my life, I can say rotary phones were very common when I was a little kid. And then when people started getting digital dial phones, the dial phones where you pushed individual buttons, that was crazy. The internet was nothing when I was a kid. We had a black and white TV, but it was like in the other room. And then we had like a color TV. So I don't know if I ever was like fully black and white TV, but I can tell you I was around for the invention of the internet, basically, like when it started. And ever since then, when I was a kid, that you could call on a landline, and then eventually people got pagers, and then people got these like pager phones. I don't know if you guys remember those things, but it was basically like you could page other people like from the pager itself and not have to go to like a payphone or whatnot. And then that upgraded to like people having crappy flip phones and stuff. And those little Nokia bricks and stuff like that. And nowadays it's you just log in and watch Avatar on your cell phone as you walk around in like 8K HD, and it's streamed to your phone like you didn't even own a copy of it. Yeah, so, and that's all just in my life. Like the cars from when I was a kid were such trash, right? Yeah.
I can still remember our second TV as a kid being the black and white one from before the color times.
Right.
And the silly, crazy thing was that for quite a while after color TVs were a thing, you could still buy a black and white TV. I suppose they had stock to get rid of.
Right. Yeah, we had the black and white TV it was like just off the kitchen. There was like this little area that was like my parents set up like 2 wicker chairs there and like a table. I don't even know if it was really classified as a table. I mean, it would have been like probably like an end table, I think is probably more the way to describe it, like a small table. And then that's where we ate our breakfast. I was like, you go over here and eat your breakfast, children. And
Watch your cartoons in
that's
grayscale.
where the black and white TV was over there, and the kids go sit over here by the back door and eat their breakfast and stuff. So yeah, and then we got rid of it, like I think probably when I was like 6 or something like that. I don't know, but I got a Nintendo Entertainment System on the Christmas that it came out, and that was insane. That was insane to like play color Super Mario Brothers, the original one, on a color TV, man. That was wild stuff. People were like, "Oh my god, that's insane, bro. That's crazy." And nowadays, you're like streaming, AI generated avatars of, you know, Bruce Willis from Die Hard 3 in Doom, blowing away aliens and whatnot. Like, and you're like, yeah, I don't know, it's okay. Like, it's all right.
So, speaking of streaming, how was the Crate Love? Master of segues over here.
Master indeed. It was so freaking lush.
I can imagine. Super
Beautiful.
jealous.
It was so good. It was so lovely and cool that I still feel cooled by it. There was only one little family up on the far kind of bank thing, so that was nice, because occasionally when it's hot at that one spot, that's where lots of families go. And of course, it's always nicer to be by yourself. And crystal clear. It's just crystal clear. It's funny because the creek is Crystal Creek, but it's like the one creek where there's no crystals in it. So I think it's named
They've
that.
all been pinched.
I just think it's because of the clear
Named
water.
after its water quality. Yeah.
The criminals.
Crystal Clear Creek doesn't quite run off the tongue as well as Crystal Creek.
Right.
It screws up the alliteration.
It was beautiful. It was, and yeah, dog had a good swim. Boy had a good swim. And yeah, I'm very glad that I did it.
Do you have your chat open?
Yeah, it's there. I just have to concentrate hard to read it. That's all. Which I can do. Like, if it's better that I should, then, there was a point where I was going to work to that. Are we reopening an old argument?
Well, it's not so much an argument as a discussion over pronunciations and localized dialects and whatnot.
It's very much then a creek.
Yeah,
we all speak pretty Aussie over here.
The only crick that I mentioned earlier was the crick in my neck that I might have caused myself overnight, which may be the reason for my foggy head, and maybe I had a dodgy night's sleep, twisted neck and shit.
That's the only kind of crick that I personally know about. But it is funny because I have been asked many times in my life where I'm from because of my accent.
You don't have a very Australian accent, though.
No,
No,
I don't know. It just is what I have, and it is what it is.
it is what it is. You know.
But yeah, I get loads of people asking, and same like with my kids. I'd be like, my kids are little and talking, and yeah, and people would ask, and I'd go, "Oh, you've got an accent," but like, and he's got an accent. It's like, well, yeah, he kind of learned to speak from me, but I don't know what the accent is.
It's international English, is what you've got. Lots of Australian pop singers and movie stars are specialised in it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I reckon that if you put me with people with like a British accent or people with an American accent, then my accent would come through more strongly Australian. But
Yeah, universal might be the actual term they use, Corey. I'll let you have this one. What are your personal definitions for creek, brook, creek, trickle, stream, and any other vernacular you want to include? Yeah, I think they're all creeks. We don't even call them streams. A stream might be a tiny little creek that's barely a puddle. But yeah, they're all creeks over here.
you know, if it was like a little, very thin stream, like there can be a stream of water, but if it's an actual body of water, then it's become a creek.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I have a stream of water, it tends to be because like I left the hose on and now it's created a stream. And yeah.
Anything smaller than a river is a creek over here, pretty much.
That's how we do it.
Creek, river, sea, ocean. I think that's our order. What is it?
The adapter. I was looking at the adapter.
Is that the thingy pen? Are you about to try out that?
Yes. Well, maybe. I'm just going to see what do I have to do to...
Did you do any YouTube videos yet for learning?
No.
What adapter was that?
Well, this is ours, even though it is a very cheap, weird little version of ours.
Right. Okay.
And the one it was from, I don't know. You tell me.
That's the Europe. That's the Europe one.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I thought that was Singapore and Hong Kong and stuff.
I'm untraveled, so I don't know anything.
That might be why I got it wrong as well.
My accent is that I grew up here and pretty much have just been within a very small, radius of here.
Radius of accent influences.
Yeah.
Sphere. Let's call it a sphere of accent influences.
Well, not really. I don't think it's a sphere. I've been not very deep into the earth, that's for sure.
Swale. Yeah, I've had swale in crosswords once in a while. Not too common in the crosswords.
Alright, so what have I got? Many needle.
Just to expose what's going on in Sarah's panel, I got her a tattoo gun or tattoo pen, whatever you want to call it, for Christmas, even though it turned up in January. And then we bought some practice skins and whatnot the other day. So I have a strange feeling she's about to do a little bit of that trial and error that we discussed earlier today.
I am tempted. The thing is, to plug it in, I'm going to have to really crawl under my desk. But yeah, I've got those skins here somewhere. But you know, it'll be fun
Pardon, mate.
to see how it works. Like I have this feeling that I get with lots of stuff where I feel like, oh, it'll be a waste of the needles. But I mean, medical needles are cheap. The needles can't be too expensive of a replacement part, right?
Yeah, I guess it depends if you can just replace the metal bit on its own or if you need all the housing and stuff as well.
Yes, that's the right spot for you. Yeah, well, obviously, because they come in these packs, so it's a matter of buying this pack. And you know, if I don't use any, I'll never find out how it goes.
Absolutely.
I'm just looking to try.
I just thought originally I thought it would be ace fun just for Sarah to go ham on my skin and learn how to use a tattoo gun on my skin. And then Sarah was kind of the voice of reason and suggested that, you know, oranges and other versions of fruits are good to practice on. And then I decided that, yes, it's probably makes sense to get some practice skins to practice on to learn how the machine works before she goes ham on my skin for life.
Even if I know and I have mastered the machine, the idea of just freehanding it is quite daunting, let alone having never ever used it before.
I'm definitely super keen to see what spits out on the skins your first time you have a go at it.
Well,
I got $1.50 that says it's going to be bloody good. No pressure though. No pressure.
just a line because I like just a line. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think it'll be good, but
Trash cat, I'd like a tattoo of a creek, please. Huawei, I'm all for Blacky face tattoo. You're going to be waiting a long time for that.
I'll do that.
Yeah. Maybe when I'm dying in my 80s, I'll let Sarah scribble all over my face.
Yeah, well, you know, that might be fun. Like, once you're old, like as a person.
Last dying wish. Stretch all my crinkly skin out and draw patterns upon it.
I suppose it might be harder to heal when you're in that sort of zone, right?
You know, if we get to the stage where I'm a dying old man and all I want to do is be drawn on, then healing's going to be the last of my concerns. That's probably what I'll let's get me some kind of zany infection to push me over the edge and finish me off.
Yeah.
Might as well, right?
Well, like, you know.
Why do I want to ruin this, Trash Cat? Why do I want to ruin it?
They have, you know, there's like approval for voluntary euthanasia and stuff like that.
And yeah, and then they should make one of the approved versions of voluntary euthanasia infection by tattoo not healing properly. It should be a legitimate cause.
Well, the fun thing is you can do that one without approval.
This is true.
No.
And just make it so. Pardon me.
I'm going to go crawling under the desk, okay? So, I don't know. I'm just going to stop my camera in case I accidentally stick my butt in the air because I'm not wearing any pants.
Oh, dang. Almost got lucky.
No, what you don't realize is you're getting lucky now.
Well, I'll leave that up to the experts. The experts.
Yeah, I'm not interested in tattooing my face.
No, tattooing your face is just a bad idea.
It's just so trendy right now. I just don't like succumbing to these trends, you know.
I mean, the bigger issue is that, like, it never looks good. There isn't a good face tattoo, and believe you
Agreed.
me, I know probably way too many people with face tattoos. Face tattoos, neck tattoos. Neck tattoos maybe. Like, I've seen some that were all right, but face tattoos, like, nah.
It's just unfortunate
that it doesn't. And like, I understand. Like, if you're like an indigenous person or something, and it actually is actively a part of your society. But speaking as an American, it's not. Like,
and the stupid things that people are putting on their face.
Right. I'm just saying it's not a part of the American straight up like culture here, right?
Yeah. As much as they're trying to make it so.
Well, I'm speaking out of experience and in the context of being an American, right? So, like, not to point out any cultures out there that specifically have face tattoos, right? But as an American, you are encumbered at so many points by a face tattoo that it's hardly worth it unless it is like specifically heritage based, right? Like, then people are like, oh, word, it's a heritage thing I don't understand. But most people that are getting face tattoos will just encumber their ability to just sort of navigate life realistically. Like, I know lots of people that really regret it, mainly just from the standpoint of there's a lot of opportunities you're going to miss out on that you don't know you're going to miss out on later, right? And I know a lot of tattooers, and I know a lot of old school tattooers. Like, they won't even tattoo somebody's face unless they already have like hundreds of hours of tattoos already, right? If you go to a shop and you don't have any tattoos and you're like, I want to get a tattoo on my face, and they're like, yeah, cool, you should walk out of that shop right now.
That's not a diligent tattoo artist.
That is not a place where you should be getting tattooed, because you're going to probably come out of there with more prizes than you went in with. And the thing is that, like, you are free to do whatever you want. I'm not one to judge you, but I'm not the one that's going to approve your home loan. I'm not the one who's going to promote you in what realistically a business that people are going to work in, right?
Yeah.
And I'm saying that, like, the vast majority of the places where you actually want to work don't want you to have face tattoos, right? Like, yeah, you could probably run into some people working at Walmart that got face tattoos. Do you want to work at Walmart? Like, probably not. I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe you do. Maybe that's the thing you want to do, and that's what you want to do. I'm not one to judge that, but like, it's let's say, I'm actually, from an anecdotal like experience, I know a couple that were trying to adopt. They were trying to adopt, and they kept getting denied, and eventually found out that it was because they had visible, like, face neck tattoos, right? That they were like, we can't let this kid adopt, right? Or we can't let these guys adopt, even though they were qualified, they had steady employment, home, all that stuff. And some people would be like, well, I don't ever want to have a kid. And it's like, Yeah, but you might want to wait before you make that decision. Like, it's really easy at 22 to be like, I'm never going to want to have kids. But throw
That's
15
him,
years.
Cody. I was trying to think of his name as well.
You throw like 15 more years on somebody who's 22. A lot of your attitudes are probably going to change about what you want to do with your life. And a good example is like a buddy of mine. He has tons of face tattoos and stuff like that. And I was talking with him, and I was like, you do realize that like it's going to limit your employment, right? This is going to limit your employment opportunities. Like if you want to grow as an artist or whatnot, right? And they were like, dude, I'm never ever going to want to like not be tattooing, bro. And 10 years later, they're so frustrated because
I can't get a job, dude.
well, they could get tattooing jobs, they get tattooing gigs, but they're like, I want to do this art. I want to do this other thing. I want to do this other stuff. I'm running into barriers that, they were not perceived before, right? So, like, if you want to get your face tattooed, go for it. Just be aware that, like, there are going to be issues with it that you probably don't recognize in the moment. That's the only advice I really have,
So we're talking about face tattoos, Z-Beam. Thoughts, ideas?
Well, I bumped into this guy at Mullen Pub a few times, and he disappeared. Probably went to the mental clinic for a while, but he returned out of there and was back in Mullen scabbing ciggy butts, and he had a fucking Star of David on his cheek, and I just thought, you fucking loser. You fucking loser. Like, your opportunities were so bad to begin with, and you just cursed yourself even further with a demon binding symbol on your face. Like, fuck's sake. And I saw him at, again, Tweed Heads shopping mall, and he hassled me for some coin, and I'm like, and a cigarette. I'm like, dude, I don't smoke, I vape. And I've got no money for you, motherfucker. Fuck you.
I think I know the dude. Oh, I don't know him personally, but I know from visually. And isn't it funny how every time you go to that Tweed Heads shopping centre, you run into someone you know?
It's not often for me.
So here's a perfect
it's
example.
nearly
Here's a
every
perfect
time.
example. Here's a perfect example of some of the people that are tattooed in the chat. Post Malone currently seems to have a really big drug problem.
Yeah.
That seems to be what's going on with Post Malone. I don't think anybody thinks Post Malone is like a rocket scientist or super smart or any like making really good decisions with his life or anything like that. Bunch of ghetto face tattoos, not good.
Yeah,
Drug
but
problem.
the shit thing about dudes like that is that a lot of these young kids idolize them.
Yeah,
And
that's
they
fine.
go they go
Sure.
and copy and do the same shitty tattoos and end up fucking their lives up because of who they idolize.
And the problem is that like Kurt Cobain, Post Malone probably ain't gonna make it very far. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he's on that path. I mean, he's directly on the path of not making it to 30 or however old he is now. I mean, he's not going to make it much further, and that's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. It's really sad.
The 27 club.
It's unfortunate. It's really sad, but like that's the state of affairs with that guy. Do you like his music? Hell yeah. But it's a bummer, dude. Sean O'Malley, the UFC fighter, he's got face tattoos and stuff like that. He's probably got brain damage, and he's probably not going to make it to 40, right? Like, let's be honest. UFC guys are taking heavy blows, right?
Yeah.
I mean, those 3 and 6 ounce gloves, man, it's just enough protection on your hand to just wing that thing out there and cause brain damage, right?
Yeah,
and they're doing it on purpose, on low turnaround with not a lot of money. That it's not good, and we know that from even football players. You are severely shortening your lifespan, and that's fine if you choose to do that. Do what you like. Just be aware of it. Lil Xan's a rapper. Charlie Manson. Charlie Manson didn't really have face tattoos. He had face tattoos, a face tattoo. But Tim Henson is a good example. He's the Polyphia guitar player. I really enjoy his music. I think he seems.
He's a very talented.
I like his
boy,
content. I like his content. I really like what he's doing. But he's gone in like a 2-year period, and he's gotten a shitload of tattoos. He went from like no tattoos to like he's next tattooed. His arms are all tattooed. He's got all this stuff.
And you got to spend that YouTube money somehow.
Right. I want to remind people that, like, when you get a tattoo when you're really young, you're probably not going to want that tattoo 30 years later, right?
Oh, not even like 15 years later, you're probably
Or
going to hate
10
it
years
already.
later or whatever.
Yeah.
Because when you're young, you find a tattooer, they tattoo you. That's it. You don't do any due diligence. You don't like shop around your art. You don't find somebody who's like really badass, you know, that kind of stuff. And you probably are going to, your like, your preferences are probably going to change by then, as highlighted by the I knew a skinhead in the 1980s as a teenager. He got "Made in Britain" tattooed on his forehead. Crazy dude.
Wow.
And I know a bunch of neo-Nazi guys that have swastikas and crap like that tattooed on them, and some of them have gotten them removed, and getting them removed is even more painful than getting it in the first place and more expensive.
More expensive, yeah.
You know, one of the guys I know, I mean, I'm talking, the guy had like every skinhead tattoo you can think of. I mean, you know, SS Lightning, 88, all that stuff. And he has a kid with a black girl, right? So now he has a kid with a black girl and has over the last, I don't know, 15 years been getting all of those tattoos removed because his kid is mixed race. And you can imagine how that's going to go over with all of his friends when they figure out he has a kid with, you know, he has a mixed race kid, right? So, you know, like, you really got to take that stuff into account. Coral Work says, I disagree with your premise. I mean, I can tell you from personal experience, I have been in the room when people have been denied promotions, opportunities, all sorts of stuff when those people weren't in the room, right? And you know, bored old fart says, hold on, why does that matter? I thought we were over mixed race stuff. There are people that aren't over it, man. Like, so yeah, I mean, that's the reality of the world.
Generally one would consider someone with skinhead neo-Nazi tattoos and stuff would not be interested in mixed race stuff as well.
Right. I mean, it's just it's a nonsense. I was in prison with a guy that had two face tattoos, one on top of the other, one that said "trust no bitch" and the other one said "bad boy." It looked like it. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, the problem is these judgmental fuckheads who don't like the face tattoos are deciding your worth or employability, etc., based on a tattoo. The problem is not the face tattoo; it's the same bullshit that is the source of all of our systemic problems.
I think these people.
I've talked about this at length. If all of the face tattooed motherfuckers would go out and goddamn vote, maybe some shit would change. Maybe some shit would change if all you lazy face tattooed fuckheads would go vote. But you won't, and you don't. And every time it comes up to come vote for something, the system never changes. Nothing ever changes. Everybody, and you don't even vote. And I know that in Australia, you guys are like, what do you mean you don't vote? Even in Washington State, this last time that we voted whether or not the schools are going to get money or not, only 28% of the people showed up to vote. 28% of people showed up to vote. Right?
It's inconceivable.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Does voting get you a job, Joel? Shut the fuck up. Yes, voting does kind of get you a job, because if you're voting locally on the things that go on in the area, there could probably be better economic prosperity in the area that you live in, because you're voting and speaking your voice on the things that you want to have happen in the area. Yeah, it does help get you. It does help get you a job. It is part of just being a average, responsible adult. That's it. I mean, it's a half an hour out of your life 2 times a year.
I kind of agree with Craig as well, that people don't look down on tattoos as much as they did 20 years ago, but face tattoos are still a relatively new thing. So it's probably going to be another 20 years before, you know, businesses that serve customers that might react to face tattoos.
Right. I
Oh,
don't
Right.
personally
It's
look
gonna be
down
a
on
little
anybody
while.
for I don't personally look down on anybody for having a face tattoo. I'm
you flat out.
I'm surrounded by people with face tattoos. I'm talking to you pragmatically.
Yeah, I
Yes,
get
you could work at Denny's. Yes, you can work at McDonald's with a face tattoo. Can
in
you
reality.
work at a 5-star dining restaurant as a waiter with a face tattoo? No,
No,
you can't.
no,
It's not going to
no,
fucking happen. I
not
don't care
front
who you are. If you want to
in
move
the
up
kitchen.
the ladder,
Yeah, in the
having a
kitchen.
face
Yeah,
tattoo is an encumbrance.
yeah. So in
Like,
Queensland, you can't go to any venue if you've got face or neck tattoos. You're basically barred. You
right.
can't come into any licensed venue, which is shit, but it's just the way it is. You know. But back of house, like backstage, you got prospects, and that limiting factor, like choosing your path. You know, there's some warrant of honor in people that have dedicated to their path if they want to be that person. But yeah, you're right. Opportunities for full opportunities, don't get neck or face tattoos. Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean,
if you're chasing the opportunities,
okay.
don't get the tattoos.
So if we're talking about like the basic society that we live in, right? And I'm talking about pragmatically looking at the society we live in, you go, oh, people's attitudes have changed about the face tattoo. Okay, cool. Who is hiring? Do you think it's like 19-year-olds are hiring people for really good jobs? No, it's 68-year-old dudes who have been working at the place for the last 50 years who are in the place of like, well, we've got 5 applicants over here, and one of them has a tattoo on his face of a swastika, and it says what was it up in the chat up here earlier, bitch boy or whatever. Well, that's one of them. I don't think we're going to hire that guy because anytime we send him out on a job, we're going to be getting phone calls about the felon who just showed up at the place. I
And
can say
half of the
I went in
halfway-
for a job interview at an aquarium service company, which by the way is not a very big deal. Not a very big deal kind of job. They wouldn't hire me because I have arm tattoos and you have to bare arm reach into the tank and people are going to see that you have tattoos. They're like, "Sorry, we don't hire anybody with arm tattoos because customers will see them."
and some of these old dudes that are hiring these people are still discriminating against dudes with long hair and stuff as well. So
Right. I mean, having
there's like all these stepping
tattoos
stones
is not a
to time.
protected class. Having tattoos is not a protected class. It's an optional thing that you decide to go do. So there's no law around discriminating against people's tattoos. You know, companies can not hire you because you aren't presentable. It's legal to do that. So of course they're going to do that because it's legal. Cody Donovan says, "What if you were hiring for murders?" Well, that's illegal. So you're both going to jail. Yeah. I mean, it is a crime to hire somebody to murder somebody else. Yes, you go to jail for murder. That's basically what that is.
Yeah.
How's the speaking of tattoos, how's the tattoo gun going, Scunch? Again, king of segways.
Well, I don't know. It's true. Maybe I should go and have a look at some things because it seems like I dipped the head in the ink, but then the ink lays out quite thickly. And what I'm struggling with is I need something like, they've got a special like cleaner when they're doing tattoos, yeah? So that they can wipe away the extra ink. Like I don't have that. And so when I wipe
Right. So
right. So if I do a line on here with the ink, like to just even working out what's penetrating into the skin and what isn't, I can't necessarily tell. And if I just wipe it off with paper towel, it just smears the ink everywhere.
Right.
Everywhere. So I've gone to the sink with detergent to try and wash it off. And even then, it's not washing off everything.
Yeah.
So
I saw this fantastic product a couple of days ago called a brush rinser, and you dip your brush in the water, rinse it out like a animal feeder, and then press the button, and it flushes all the water away into a reservoir. It's this fancy product that's been aimed at watercolor specialists, but it might work for tattooing. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll send it I'll link your way and you can see it.
What I want is to find the right kind of detergent to wipe the surface with, so I know that everything that's on the surface of the surface is getting wiped away, and all that's left is what has penetrated and is in.
That's probably going to be hard with that latex to get all the shit that sits on the textured surface off, isn't it?
Yeah. What are you practicing on, Skunji?
It's like some kind of silicon fake skin.
Oh, that's right. It's silicon, isn't it? Not latex.
Got to get the pork skin from the butcher.
Yeah, I know, but even the pork skin is not the same as real skin. I will get there.
Yeah, humans.
But at the moment, while I'm just working out, like, how does it even work? It's fine because it's got a pedal, so I'm sort of adept with controlling things with the pedal and stuff. But it's just working out, like, where the lines are really going, I suppose.
Right.
We're probably just going to end up having to experiment on my skin. Give me a tramp stamp experiment.
No, I don't think that's a good idea.
I think I've had enough.
Eventually, I will draw on your skin.
I've had enough use out of this skin already. I might as well just start getting pictured upon.
Right.
But like, yeah, I can't.
Okay. In the chat, a lot of people are like, hey, there's a famous guy who plays music and he has face tattoos, and like celebrity chicks are into that. Okay, cool, man. Go start a music career, put $50 million in the bank, and then tattoo your face. Simple. Do that. In that order. There you go. Like, if that's what you want to do, go do that. Like, get a good music career, get a big music career, make a ton of money, then get your face tattooed. I don't care about any of that. Because, like, here's a perfect example. Like, Pete Davidson was dating Kim Kardashian, right?
Is that a was now? Are they no longer dating?
I said, well, I don't think they are. They broke up or whatever. I don't know what they did. Regardless of that, I was listening to a Pete Davidson podcast while I was at work. Like, somebody was interviewing him for a podcast because him and Bill Burr were in a movie together. So they were out talking about a bunch of stuff. That movie that he was in, he had to cover up all of his tattoos because his character didn't have that. He started getting his tattoos removed after having shot some of these movies because he realized, oh, wait a minute, getting all these tattoos was funny, but it actually was an extraordinarily bad idea for my career. I never thought I would actually have a career, right? Now he's getting a career. He's like, oh shit, I got to get all these tattoos removed so I can actually have this career keep going. Like, so Pete Davidson's an idiot, but still, even that guy going like, wait a minute, hold on. Joel, did you starve to death because you didn't get that job from your arm tattoos? No, you have a house and a wife and a kid. Okay, Coro, feel free to make all the life mistakes and don't ever listen to advice from anybody that anyone ever gives you. Just live that life and see how well that works out. That's all good, dude. Take nobody's advice. Don't ever listen to anybody ever. Just scoff at everything. Look, I worked the worst jobs that you can imagine. Okay. I worked restaurants for many, many, many years. I worked back of house in restaurants, making shit money, working terrible hours, working multiple jobs so that I could stay afloat. Okay. Do I recommend people do that? No, I don't recommend people to do that because it is a horrible life, an underappreciated job where you're not even going to be successful or make money. You aren't. If you want to go do that, you are free to go do that. You're free to go do heroin every day for the however many days you live. I do whatever you like. That's fine by me. I'm giving my opinion because I've been around people with face tattoos that wanted to move up and they were unable to do that. Right? They wanted to make upward movement. They couldn't do it because they had bullshit tattooed all over their face. Now, yeah, I wanted to work at an aquarium. I wanted to work at an aquarium service company because that's what I wanted to do. The biggest service company in Washington State, they won't hire anybody with arm tattoos, so I couldn't work there. I ended up working under the table for a crappy aquarium store, only getting to work there probably like 15 hours a week, who the guy eventually shafted me out of pay, right? So I stopped working under the table there anymore. So, yeah, that was a problem, right? Yes, I have a wife and a kid. I've worked really hard to have a wife and a house and a kid. We also are a 2-income house, so we're able to do stuff like that. I mean, I'm speaking from a position of I've been there when they didn't hire people because of their appearance, right? And I'm talking about the appearance stuff that was all optional, right? I have had every color of hair you can imagine under the sun. I've had mohawks. You guys know, you can go watch my old videos. I still have a mohawk in all my old videos. I had a mohawk for years and years and years. I have lots of tattoos. You can't see very many of them because I don't go around shirtless and pantless and show off my tattoos on the internet. I wear a shirt when I'm on the internet, and sometimes you guys see my arm tattoo, but I also have lots and lots of other tattoos that you probably have no clue what they are because I wear clothing, right? So my recommendation is from the cuff line down, don't get a tattoo. From the shirt collar up, don't get a tattoo. You can get your butthole tattooed. You can get your penis tattooed.
Yeah,
you can get your nipples tattooed. You can get your armpits tattooed, your back tattooed, your legs, all that stuff. Get it all tattooed. Go crazy.
Show us your butt tattoos, Trousers. Come on. We want to see it.
I'm not taking my pants off on YouTube. Are you kidding me?
Fucking spoil sport.
Hey, as a matter of fact, I have a buddy who has fire tattooed on his dong. He has flames tattooed on his penis. And I was there when it happened. I watched it. I watched it and laughed my ass off because it was hilarious.
I have a friend with purple flames tattooed down either side of his cock.
Yeah.
That's quite funny.
So, like, feel free to get all of the tattoos you want, but also feel free to take some free advice. Hey, man, hold off. Because, by the way, you could always get a face tattoo when you're 45. You can get a face tattoo when you're 60. You can get a face tattoo when you're 80. Doesn't matter. You don't need to do it when you're 22 and trying to build something like a family or even just a spouse and a house, right? Like, why would you want to encumber yourself? What's the point? You know, I don't know. Do I advocate for changing the world where we live so that we could have things like the Australians do, like have healthcare at point of service so you're able to go? We don't have that in the United States, right? We're constantly being taxed at every turn from private companies extorting us for money because of the way that our society has been structured to hold people down. And one of the things that they've done to hold people down is not promote people with face tattoos or anything they consider to be aberrant. But those people are all still in the workforce. It all still exists. Read your employee handbook. It's 70 pages of all sorts of stuff that you can and can't do at work. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's funny because, like, you turn on the news, right? And you turn on the news and you'll constantly see car crashes and all sorts of nonsense every day. But you never see anything being reported about wage theft. Wage theft outshines all property crime and I'm looking up for what the statistic is, but in the United States, where are the numbers here? 68% of workers are harmed by wage theft in the United States. And a good example of that would be like when I worked in restaurants, you don't get a meal break. You don't get to go eat when you work in the kitchen. There is no lunch break. You don't get to go sit down and eat lunch. No, your food sits on a shelf underneath your workstation. If you're lucky to have gotten anything to eat, it sits down there and you take bites of it while you work at work. You occasionally get a smoke break if you smoke, which is why everyone in the restaurant industry smokes cigarettes, because you have to go outside to smoke. That's the only time that people are able to get a break, right? But you don't ever see wage theft on the news. You only see somebody stole a car. There was a carjacking. Somebody got shot. There it is. So wage theft in billions last year was more than 19 billion. Larceny was 5 billion. Burglary was 4 billion. Auto theft was 3 billion. Robbery was 0.34 billion. Wage theft outshines all of those combined just last year. So, but you don't ever hear any of that talked about, right? So if we want to have a discussion and I go like, it's probably not a good idea to get face tattoos, and your knee-jerk reaction is like, man, you're being a dick and you're being discriminatory against people. Like, hey, man, like, I'm just talking to you about what the world we live in pragmatically. That's it. That you have to have a job, you have to make money, you have to pay bills, you just have to do these things and try to work forward, build a better society, build a better community in the area that you live in. And part of that is voting. Yes, that's why I brought up voting. Maybe vote for somebody that has a face tattoo. I don't know. Anyhow, I got to go to bed, Z. I love you, dude.
Take care, brother.
Yeah. Look at that. I turned on the flashing light for you.
Yeah, strobes.
Yeah, strobe it up. All right. I love you guys. Have a good whatever. I don't know. Whatever it is.
Enough strobes. Blacky's gone to the toilet. I got solo control. It's fucking hot in Australia. And I'm here alone. Here you go, Blacky.
Did we lose the Joel?
We did lose the Joel. Had to go to bed. He finished
I
his
thought it
rant.
was long past his bedtime.
Yeah.
I had to go and carry the telephone to my dad on the toilet. It's his pretend birthday today.
Really?
Because he's a February 29er.
Oh, that's leap year.
Yeah, so he's not even 21 yet, realistically.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I meant to ask you before. You've changed flavors. What's the one with the orange?
Sparkling soda with natural grapefruit. It's a Paloma.
Interesting. Which one do you prefer, the brown or the green?
I think the Paloma is a bit more tastier. Red grapefruit as well.
It's a pretty big wrap. You're pretty impressed with the green one.
The green one was pretty fucking decent, but the grapefruit trumps lime for sure. And the sun's just hitting me, getting its angle on. And I found out it wasn't the police, it was the fireys. Someone had a crash.
I already told everyone it was the fireys. I know the difference between the sirens we got down here.
Yeah, absolutely right. What are you watching?
Well, Sarah just sent me an interesting link that I decided to click.
Yeah, what you got to love here is these people, instead of going for a walk, they're going for a drive of their rascal scooters, and they're not walking shit. They're just going for a cruise.
Just seeing the sights.
Yeah, along the Esplanade. He's got his fishing rod. He can walk. He's got his fishing rod. Look at him. Fucking hell.
G'day, Mexicali. Mexicali Fish Keeper says a traditional paloma is grapefruit juice, tequila, and salt with a slash of club soda.
Yeah.
A slash of club soda.
Just a slash.
Hello.
Hi, Scungy. It's been ages. We missed you.
You back?
I'm back. Still, I'm going to have to research the best thing I can use to wipe the ink off with.
I think you're highly likely to discover multiple things that you're going to have to research and learn about the finer points of tattooing.
Because now, I'm sure I am. I mean, you know, there's a lot of stuff to learn. This is the first time I've ever picked up anything, and I've just picked up this, what is now an extremely hot thing. So I'm a bit sus on its longevity because it's burning hot after doing just a few lines.
Well, it is a massively broad electrical receiver. Like it can take 50 volts up to 260. I think I read in the medication.
Yeah. So
The instruction manual for it. So yeah, it's if it's running on a high voltage, it's probably going to get pretty
to
on.
show you, but it has a dial. I'm trying to put it in the thing. Hang on. I'm just going to do it like that because I'm not using it while it's that hot anyway. So this is it, and that's where I've been running it.
Yeah, right.
This is a battery powered. Not mains. Okay.
Yeah.
It's mains.
Yeah,
I don't know. So I was running it at its lowest, but it got very hot very quick. But already, one of the things that's going to be different for me is that I have to go very slowly. I also have a feeling I might end up being a really mean tattooist.
You might end up doing what?
Like a mean. Well, that is to say, I feel like I might end up being rougher than I have to achieve my means. I'm sure that comes with time a bit as well, but given my art style, I just feel that's going to end up being a thing. But you know, some of those lines have dug in there enough. One of them I dug in as far as to go through to the other side. And I kind of feel like
You've
that
got
might
to
be that deep.
From my knowledge, you've got to go 7 layers deep through the epidermis to get permanency.
Yeah, well, that's what.
Anything less, it'll just scar up and
Disappear.
exposed up.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm thinking too, because this isn't very thick. So even though that's gone all the way through, when I look at it and I look at the quality of the line, I look at all the things, I'm like, I think that's how thick it needs to be.
Yeah. Because you're working with a substandard, non-thickness material. You gotta get thicker substance.
Yeah.
And yeah, silicon is not exactly the best replacement for stretchy human skin.
No, but from what I've heard, nothing is. Until you're doing it on skin, you're not going to have. But to get that thick line, I had to press very hard to get that deep one.
Yeah.
Did you show your lines that you've achieved so far?
No, I mean, there's nothing on there. I'm just like scribbling at the moment, just trying to get the, because when I do a line, I can't see it. So all the ink goes really thick everywhere. So I can show you, it has nothing interesting on it. It's just me like trying to see if I can even get, because I've done a lot of those lines that didn't penetrate enough to stay. But some of them, like some of these ones over here, are staying, but I don't think they're actually, well, there is. I don't know if you can see the difference. Yeah, I don't think you guys can see. But yeah.
All right,
it's just,
I got to bail.
All right, dude. Thanks for hanging out.
Thank you for having me.
Enjoy the sunshine
No,
and
it's
the heat.
brutal.
Nice pantal
Fucking brutal.
region sweats.
Yeah, I'm done. 8 drinks deep. Bless all of you.
Take it easy, dude. I'll see you when you get back.
For sure. See you next week. All right, bye.
All right.
yeah. So I don't doubt that I would, if I don't have anything else, that I could easily fill this whole piece just getting to a point where I have any idea what marks are going to be left behind when I do it. Because, you know, one of the parts I did like a cool thing that I was thinking, yeah, like try and get this to work out, but then it doesn't necessarily. I've got to master it and going slow. So I feel like there might be a couple of other materials that I could use.
I think it's definitely worth having a go on some other things just to see what differences are presented.
Yeah.
And then yeah, you know, we'll start on my butt cheeks or something that never get exposed to the world. That can be your practice territory once you've practiced on the other things.
I have a long way to go before I would do anything, because the reality is you're not looking at having this on your butt cheeks, right? You don't just want like, oh yeah, I made a bit of a line. Awesome.
No one's going to see it, so you know it's probably a valid practice surface.
Anyway, so it'll be good, but yeah, it's still warm, so just I'm gonna practice with it again. I guess I'll try some of those. There's the shading needles, or that's what I assume they are, where they've got multiple needles in there. But I'm also interested in like, because when I dip it in, it dips the whole like end in, and that's one of the things why when it comes out, it's very thick. It's like a big thick patch. But if I press really hard, there's a part in that will become a line. Yeah. So as I'm drawing, I can't even see the line that I'm drawing.
I guess therein lies the value of the carbon paper stencil-y ones.
Yeah, but also I want like a I want something to wipe. I know that they've got stuff, but I imagine it comes off skin differently than off other stuff. But I know that, you know, well, I suppose because if you've got really moisturized skin and then that ink goes on, maybe it does just wipe off nicely, where on here it's soaking in. Because even the lines that I've got have got a lot of ink stained around them.
Yeah, and I suppose any of those inks, if you don't wipe it off with the right thing straight away, they're just going to remain a dark stain, so you're still not getting a clear idea of what's landing and what's not.
But I'll work on it. We will get there.
I'm stoked enough that you're just having a go, love. That's the best.
Having a go, love. And we'll see.
We will. And any you know, we'll start on my butt, and then the butt tattoos can be only put on my OnlyFans, so people can see the wonderful work that's on my butt, and the wonderful recipients of my OnlyFans account will be the only ones that get to see the tattoos on my butt. I have a strange feeling Sarah is not liking that idea at all. Probably a better idea than exit only, Huawei.
If you like. Why not?
What else?
I don't know. I feel a little bit more deflated than I did before.
How so?
So I'm not not sure. I'm sure I had some things that I was thinking about. I wanted to do some drawing. This is not entirely satisfying. I'd keep going, but it's, like I said, very hot and it's noisy. Keep going until I can get something that is like intended to be, or something. But yeah.
Yeah, it's a shame that it gets hot, because that would interrupt a service. Oh, calm down, George.
Well, yeah, I mean, I do wonder. I think it's good to, as somewhere to start, but I don't know how, like, you can probably get better equipment,
No doubt. I do not doubt that for one moment.
So, but yeah, sad because you've got to start somewhere.
That's right. And even if we've got to upgrade the kit once you learn how to do it, upgrade the kit and go to better equipment before you go to human skin, we can do that in the future.
I still wonder, maybe I'll decide to go and seek out an apprenticeship. I
think that'll be rad.
I feel like, I'm kind of tempted to, and I certainly would rather be sitting and tattooing skin than what I do at work now. What I'm doing now feels like a very temporary, like, fill-in.
I think the worst thing about being a tattoo artist is that probably 90% of your work is, off the wall stuff. You walk into a tattoo parlor and they've got 100,000 different designs on the wall.
That's like, there are a lot of people who do tattooing who don't do it in that way. If I'm doing it for artistically, then it's like I just offer my own stuff, and Yeah.
Yeah, but I think if you go into a tattooist and you become an apprentice
Yeah. Well, so
tattooist,
doing it that way, maybe.
you're going to have to do a few goldfish and koi and seaweed
Well, the
and
thing is, unfortunately, I can't do that. I've just realized that that line that went all the way through the skin has also, hang on, can you? I just got to try and work out to be able to see. Oh, because it's on the other side because my brain doesn't work.
your left is your right.
Dun, dun, dun. I don't know if you can kind of see it there. That's that line is the line from here. Didn't get any ink in there though.
Just scratched it, did it?
Yeah. Yeah, like the reality is that, yeah, that's not what I'm going to be doing. But so I don't have a lot of information, but what I know of some people who do tattooing just in their own things, and they'll only do their own things, and they just book appointments that are only for doing their art. And I also have only the small conversation I had with the guy who from the tattoo place, and his thing was basically about getting unique people in to doing stuff because, you know, well, I imagine it's a lot easier to get people and train people up to just be able
All
to
the
put
common shit.
the line. I mean, I say that, but that's not something that I have.
Where's this dude based at?
Cool and gutter. He said if I ever change my mind to hit him up.
I think you should potentially hit him up while you're learning.
I mean, I could always hit him up and just ask some questions.
Agreed. I would suggest that as a probable course of action.
And the thing is, I would be interested in just learning how to do it, even if I only do a few limited ones on your skin, or, you know, if it's just something that I could do. And so if there's a piece or something that I want to do and I do something, but I have to learn their medium, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I have a strange feeling that if you did some learning with old mate, then you'd probably be tattooing within 6 months of first contact.
Oh, well.
I think you're up.
My tattooing is limited to the 5 minutes I've spent on this piece of silicone here, and it's turned out, you know, really well. Now everyone wants one. Nah. I'd be interested, but also it may just be a medium that doesn't work for me. Like, I like the idea of when I see something that I draw, I'm like, yes, that in ink on a skin is good. I would like that. I can see how that can work. But whether or not I have the thing of being able to apply it to skin is another question.
Had old mate tattoo old mate, had he seen your work?
Sorry, my things just went disconnected, connected. Yes, he had. That's why he approached me.
So obviously he thinks that your work will convert into tattoos. Okay.
Yeah. Arrogance.
Ribs I've heard is pretty terrible, GRB, from sort of the underarm down here. My one of my sons has recently had a big tattoo put here on the side of his body, and he said it was almost unbearable. Yeah, rib cage.
I feel like it would be really hard. You've got so many nerves and stuff there. Like, I mean, if someone just gently touches me there, I want to jump away. To endure.
I knocked a guy out with my elbow one time because he snuck up behind me and did the tickle on the ribs thing, and my instant reaction was to jerk my elbow back and put him on the floor. That's what you get for trying to tickle me. I don't respond well to tickling.
This is not the same thing, but I'm going to tell it anyway. Because I once kicked my stepfather full in the freaking face and smashed his glasses. But it wasn't from tickling, but the reason I bring it up reminds me of the same thing, because it was that, like, I was just in the full moment of just like react, and then afterwards, like, oh shit, I have done wrong. But then I still felt like I was justified. So
what was his action that generated the reaction?
Yeah. Okay, so what happened is I was, I don't know, let's say 14, maybe. It's my best guess at the moment.
Still flexible enough to kick a man in the face.
And I'd been, I don't know, I reckon I could kick you in the boobs. So I haven't lost too much height.
And my boobs are quite saggy. So, yeah, that's highly likely.
So anyway, I've been left at home alone for, I don't know, 4 days or something. Like, it was like a long weekend or something, and everyone went somewhere and I was home by myself. And at that point in my life, I was scared of spiders. I was scared of like how they moved, and I didn't want them to touch me at all. Like, just the way that they walked and moved, and it freaked me out. It's really interesting to think of now, because now I'm not scared of spiders. But anyway, I was very scared. And what happened is there was a giant huntsman in the house, and it was like in the kitchen. And I had spent a long time freaking out about it and not being able to go in the house. And then I'd finally worked myself up to being able to go in the house. Then I'd managed to run past the spider to get some fly spray. And then I had used a whole thing of fly spray to spray the spider to full foamy death. But I was still a kid and I was scared. And I had and it just stayed there on the floor in that little pile of foam, which dried up. And so by the time they came home, and they were like, how did you go? I'm like, oh yeah, fine, except like there was a spider. And I was saying I was really freaked out, but I did manage to kill it. And I felt pretty proud of myself that I had managed to kill the spider. But it had made me really anxious. And yeah, and so he started laughing and laughing at me and thought that I was hilarious. Right? It's my stepfather, so it's not even my real father, and he's laughing at me for being an idiot, which now, like, I kind of understand, but that's irrelevant. So he decided to go and pick up the spider, and when he went to pick up the spider, and he was like, oh, so he chased me with the spider.
Oh,
and I was like freaking out, going, fucking no. And he's like, oh, chasing me with the spider. And so, and we had in our house, there was like a hallway, and then there was like two like entryways that came down, and then a kitchen. So you could go all the way around. So I was like trying to run away, and he was trying to get me with the spider around each time. And one of the times I just came out and he'd like met me, and I thought I was going to get out of the house at this point. And no, there he was with the spider. So I just freaked out and kicked him and smashed his glasses.
Kaya!
Yeah. And yeah, he was pretty angry with me.
Mm,
But,
mm. He was just playing. You were for keeps.
but yeah, I was genuinely very, very scared. But I had like a change of heart about things. Well, probably when I was about 16. I met somebody, and I think no, it was a combination of two things, because I met somebody who was talking about ants, and they were saying like, don't stress about ants, and you sit there and like they usually just won't even attack you, they won't even bite you unless you start squashing them and trying to get them away from you. And then like seeing that was true, but then also
Right.
as a as a young girl who was, interested in all sorts of spiritually kind of things that teenage girls can be interested in, I decided that I was going to get spider karma. I was going to create for myself bad spider karma by hating spiders and by, doing harm to spiders. So I had to learn to love the spiders so I wouldn't have bad spider karma, so all the spiders wouldn't come and get me. And this sort of combination of events took me on a bit of a journey to deciding to come to peace with spiders. And then it wasn't very long of like stopping freaking out that now I love spiders. I like them, I have warm and affectionate feelings for them, and I'm not scared of them at all. And I've lived in bushy places, and I've even been the annoying auntie who, when my nieces came to stay and there was a huntsman on the wall and they were freaking out, and then mum was like, could you just like get the huntsman out of the house? And I was like, well, no, because the huntsman lives here. It's not going to do them any harm. It just lives here. It lives on the wall. It's
He
not
eats
going
my cockroaches.
Yeah. I was like, I'm not taking that spider out of the house. I want him in the house. So, that might seem hypocritical after being a teenage girl myself who was scared. But I feel like maybe if when I was scared of spiders, someone didn't chase me and laugh at me and instead tried to like teach me
Educate.
about how peaceful the spider really was and how it really wasn't going to come and crawl on me and get me like it might crawl on you.
It might crawl on you, sure, but it's not interested in doing you any harm.
Yeah, but see, what I was scared of was just that it would crawl on me with those unpredictable legs. It's got so many legs. Who knows where the next one's going to land? So, anyway, I probably traumatized my nieces, but maybe not quite as badly as I was traumatized. And look at me. I got traumatized and I'm fine with spiders.
Lucky our native tarantulas don't shoot their hairs out like the other ones do, because those ones can do you some harm if you just piss them off a little bit. But mate, no, how many tarantulas do we have? 2, I think. And yeah, they're not interested in hurting adult human beings at all.
I've never seen one in the wild of a tarantula.
Well, I think our Goliath bird-eating spider is a variety of tarantula. And I think there's another 1 or 2 as well that we have. Yeah, but they're not very dangerous, GRB, the bird eaters. They're very, very unwilling to bite, and their venom is not very potent. They only need enough venom for a bird or a mouse or a cricket or a praying mantis. So yeah,
I think just what I believe in my life, and I've ended up in my life living in a lot of like really bush kind of places with lots of wildlife, is that nothing's actually out to get you.
absolutely. there's more things out there in our Australian outback that are more concerned about us being out to get them instead of them being out to get us.
And most of the things that would get us only get us because we're out to
We've
get
been a
them, or
dick.
they think that we're out to get them. They're
Yeah.
either protecting themselves or they're, you know. And I mean, I don't know. I've never lived where there's crocodiles. So I can only speak for the things
Yeah, that
where I live and stuff. But
crocodiles may be the exception to the rule because they
They
don't give
are
a fuck.
yeah, I'm pretty glad that we don't have those guys.
Yet.
And how shit would it be? This is what I think, because they have crocodiles up in like northern Queensland and Northern Territory, all these places where it's really fucking hot all the time. And not only that, they have these beautiful waterways and amazing places where you could swim and cool off from the terrible heat, and that's where they have crocodiles.
Mm. And gorgeous surrounds. You absolutely just want to be floating around in those waters, on top of the water, floating around where the crocodile loves to feed.
Yeah. Yeah. None of those places are safe for me. I'm glad to live here.
Yeah, close enough to the heat to enjoy the creeks, but not to fear the crocodile. Yet, just yet.
Or if they start coming down, then I'm going down too.
Tassie. It'll
Yeah.
be at least 30 years before they make it to Tasmania successfully.
So they reckon that places nearest the poles will experience the least climate changes.
Seems logical.
In terms of like, so here, I can't remember, but I remember reading about it in some science thing. I can't remember, but it was talking about Tasmania and the climate there and how it's like the prediction of percentage-wise how much we're going to change, but for them, how much they're going to change, and that's why.
Yeah, I think all of climate change is proportional to your distance from the equator.
And I know that there's a lot of, you know, the ice is melting and all of that, so that's, you know, at poles and stuff. But
There's
anyway.
more ice to melt in the northern hemisphere than there is in the southern hemisphere. Because most of the Arctic is ice, and Antarctica is actually, there's land underneath the ice, more land than the Arctic.
I still like the idea of having a chunk of nature in Tassie and like homesteading it and having some alpacas and shearing them and then knitting myself socks out of that alpaca fur, and I'll make like art, and I can, like, you can post to anywhere from there. So I'll just hide out and grow greenhouse veggies and knit socks and stuff.
I'm a little bit jealous, but my nephew Sam and his missus are moving to Tasmania on the 10th. They're going down to a rental property, and then he's recently sold a house at where's Dreamworld at? Coomera, North Coomera. Sam has sold his house at North Coomera, so they're going down to Tasmania with a heavily loaded bank account to rent a property for 6 months, and with a view to buying a property on some land.
I mean, I guess I'm jealous of anyone who can be in a position to buy anything.
Anyone who's financially secure, yeah. It's definitely
And like, I
enviable.
often think, like, I mean, the amount of money that I pay in rent every week, but I'm not eligible for any kind of loan. Even though the money that I pay every week would service the loan, but they say, well, I can't afford to service a loan because I have kids and stuff. So, but like it just seems really frustratingly contradictory, and it kind of feeds into that thing that we were talking about last week with the poor. It's more expensive to be poor than it is to be
Mm.
well off, I guess. But yeah, because it's not like there's no thing of, oh yeah, you can pay this huge amount. If you look at how much that amount would be paying off, and I've been paying off, and if I look at the hundreds of thousands of dollars that I paid in rent at the last house I lived in, and paid off hundreds of thousands of dollars of their stuff, and I'm never short on my rent. I never don't pay it, but I'm not deemed a real person who can borrow money and own a house and be secure and stuff.
Yeah, I did see that one, GRB, that it was a
like that too,
dugong
so-
and not a crocodile.
Who's a
There wa-
dugong?
No, there was a crocodile sighting at North Stradbroke, which was funny because it coincided with when one of my sons was actually camping on North Stradbroke Island a few weeks back. But yeah, it was confirmed to be a manatee or a dugong and not actually a crocodile. But it wouldn't surprise me if crocodiles are showing up on Stradbroke Island in the next, 2 or 3 years. Beautiful environment for them. All the dingoes they can want. Not that dingoes are coming to the edge of the beach and drinking salt water. But they'll find a way. They'll find a way.
To drink salt water.
No, to
Be eaten.
coexist with the crocodiles.
Okay.
Find a way to be eaten by the crocodiles. Yeah, building credit can help you get a new place, Jays, but it's also quite difficult to build credit when you're in a rental environment and constantly spending money for no noticeable return apart from having a roof over your head.
Yeah, I don't want to get into a whole thing really, probably, but like the issue is that I've had really good credit, but I am deemed to not be able to service the loan. I have 3 kids. I'm a single mum with 3 kids, so it doesn't matter if I've got good credit. They decide how much it costs to raise a child, and they decide I can't service a loan.
Yeah, they say that's where all your money's going to go. It's not going to go into your repayments. No, thank you.
Little do they know, I withhold everything from my children to make my repayments. Anyway, yeah, but yeah, I don't want to get into like debating the shit. Lots and lots of people are in shitty situations, and there's sort of this thing about shitty situations where it's really easy to sort of decide you know the way out of them. But if it was easy, lots of people wouldn't be in the situation.
Shitty situations. Yeah, absolutely.
And like I'm guilty of it too. Just do this and then you'll be fine. Well, no.
Mm.
And that goes for like all sorts of things with your health and your mental health and just, yeah, finances and the world and everything that we can argue about. I think the only thing, and even
everyone has a different way to chew a biscuit.
I don't know. I have special ways depending on the shape and texture of the biscuit.
Exactly. Thank you for backing up my point.
It's very important to eat the right biscuit in the right way. But there's not just biscuits, that's most foods. They have like there's a definite system that must be followed.
Now, I'm not 100% certain if everyone saw Sarah pick up a guitar, but are we going to get a song? Are you taking
Maybe.
requests, or have you got one in mind?
I don't want to just be all like, I'm poor and I can't get home loan and shit. So I just
Yeah, well, now you have become the queen of the segue because you've shifted the discussion away from the nasty stuff into some musical stuff instead. Might be a little bit premature to consider you the queen of the segue until you've actually given some, solid segues, though. That's just one.
I don't even think it was one.
You're the princess of the segue at this stage.
I should probably make another drink. Yeah. But do you know no, because I've already told you the thing about the princesses on Adventure Time.
No, but it sounds like I have to go and investigate noises inside again. So you play whatever you want.
Yeah, well, because now I'm going to be stuck not knowing what to do.
Chuck some requests in the chat, people.
Yeah,
She can play anything except for Dragon Force.
Like, if I recognize a song, might be prepared to look it up and have a go. That won't make it good.
All right, I'll be back.
It won't make it good. Want someone badly. Got a girl here tonight who wants someone new. A little cry. Want someone badly. I wanna know this badly is on me. I wanna know, am I sure that I heard you cry? I wanna know if you're leaving, just do it tonight. Now I want someone badly. To burn in here with me. I do like this little song. I'm gonna have a look if there are things. I don't know what that is, and I don't know what that is, and I don't know what that is. I do know what Metallica is, but I don't know that I know any. That will be a little bit tricky. to play. Like, I'm sure that Mikey can play Metallica, and then maybe I can could sing it. You know, I can end up with just the cheesiest Metallica ever. So maybe I should not do that. I wanna know, am I sure that I have your love? I wanna know if you're leaving, just make sure it's right. Now I want someone badly. So I've been distracted. I thought that was Mikey coming back. Why is it not? Could it be true that someone is you? I'm sure that I can find something to sing. Just to it's like this little dance between how uncomfortable it feels to sit here and not have anything to say and to feel on my own, and like kind of that awkwardness versus then like hiding in singing something, but then a feeling shit and awkward about that. So I can just like teeter between the two awkwards and hopefully find a balance there somewhere. How's that go? Staring at the sky, just looking for a star to pray on or wish on or something like that. I was having the effects of a daydream of a boy whose reality I knew was a hopeless to be had. But then the dove of hope began its downward slope, and I believed for a moment that my chances were a pushing to be grabbed. But as it came down near, so did a weary tear. I thought it was a bird, but it was just a paperback. Hunger hurts, and I want him so bad. Oh, it kills. 'Cause I know I'm all messy, don't wanna clean up. I've got to fold because these hands are just too shaky to hold. Hunger hurts, but starving works when it costs too much to love. I went crazy again today, looking for a strand to climb, looking for a little hope. Baby said he couldn't stay, wouldn't put his lips to mine, failed to kisses, it failed to cope. I said, honey, I don't feel so good, don't feel justified. Come and put a little love here in my void. He said, it's all in your head. I said, so's everything, but he didn't get it. I thought he was a man, but he was just a little boy. Hunger hurts, but I want him so bad. Oh, it kills, 'cause I know I'm a mess. He don't want to clean up. I've got to fold because these hands are just too shaky to hold. Hunger hurts, but starving works when it costs. I fucked up the chords. I'm really sorry. I can't remember to go with that. Sorry. Awkwardly. Distractedly.
I love it when you play that song.
Good. I need to fill my glass up.
Is that Pearl Jam?
Yeah.
I would. I went for the high notes and then I realized my phlegmage was quite heavy and the high notes forced it loose. I will scream at the top of mountains at the top of my voice or some words like that.
I'll hold the candle till it burns up my arm. Oh, I'll keep taking punches until their will grows tired. Oh, I will stare the sun down until my eyes go blind, and I won't change direction. I won't change my mind. How much difference does it make? Oh, how much difference does it make?
Hello. No. Oh, whoops, wrong button. I'll be back in a tick. Oh, hang on now. I'll wait for you to go and do that, and then I'll be back in a tick. I'm sure she'll pull a Nirvana song out, CT3. She's got plenty in her repertoire. She's a wee bit of a Kurt fan. But yeah, being my dad's birthday, he's getting like visitors and phone calls and stuff, and he's just got a visitor and he's stuck in the toilet at the moment. In the toilet. So I'm going to have to go and bring him out so he can receive his visitor. Second attempt by this visitor today. Arr! Caleb, how are you, lad? Good to see you, buddy. Why aren't you in bed? It's very late. C23 is requesting Nirvana, and Doris has just turned up to wish Dad a happy birthday for the second time today, and Dad's still stuck in the toilet. So I'm going to have to go and fix Dad's trousers and stuff and bring him out so he can actually visit with Dad. Oh, g'day, Toto. How are you, lad? Good to see you, as always. Oh, now we're getting more Nirvana requests. Even Caleb is saying Nirvana is best. How many Nirvana songs you got in your repertoire?
Well,
Do you do Heart-Shaped Box? I used to try and do that one. It was a good one, but it's
you'd
drop
need to
D,
play the guitar of that one, probably.
Yeah, I think it's in drop D.
One of the things which is interesting, so I am a fan of Nirvana. I will still listen to it, and it was one of my, favorites. And at that age of like, like I found a tape when I was in, I think year 3 or year 4 or something, that had Nirvana on it. And I played that tape to myself over and over and over again, like from that age.
I've always wondered about your timing with Nirvana and how you found it, because it, you were 10 years out the loop kind of thing with Nirvana. So it's always intrigued me how it became such a heavy influence in your life.
Yeah.
And how.
So like I said, I found the tape, and I started listening to it. It was like not very long before Kurt's death, because I remember I was listening to it, and then I remember asking about it, and then I remember my sister insensitively going, "Oh, her hair just died or something," and being quite upset when I was little. But I listened to it fairly consistently from like little through all of my teenage years on repeat.
Do you have a Nirvana song that you enjoy playing?
So that's my story goes, I never liked singing Nirvana because I always felt like they were someone who did them, and I felt always shit about doing it. Some of the songs that I have tried to do will be things like I've tried to play some Meat Puppets, or Man Who Sold the World, or like Where Did You Sleep Last Night, ones that they covered but that weren't their songs. So that felt like a loophole for me of ones that I liked them doing.
Where Did You Sleep Last Night? It's a choice one. You always do that beautifully.
But I could try. I used to play Come As You Are on the piano. And
what a shame there's not a piano in that room that you're in.
You know,
That
trying to
was
remember.
it. That was it.
Things I think about. I always feel like crappy. I'm trying to think. What was the one?
I'll be back.
An easy friend, I do, with a hand to lend, I do. Think you fit this shoe, I do. Won't you tell a clue? I'll take advantage while you hang me out to dry. I feel like I need to change the key of that to sing it properly. I can't see you every night free. What else? Because I did used to like trying to learn to play them, but I always felt shit about singing them. No, because that's not. Yeah, so I did lots and lots of many of the ones that they covered, but I'm trying to think what I would have liked to have done and see if I can do it. I don't know if I can. Hang on, give me a second. I'm going to look at this. They won't be anyone else's favorites, probably, though. Yeah, that's all just one chord. That's not going to work for this situation. What else? Oh, maybe that one. Do you reckon I can find that? It's like, I really like Mr. Moustache. I really like Downer. I wonder, like, I could try and look up this. No, not like that. Like this. This is the one that everyone said, right? You never know. See, I can't do all the bits. I'm not actually a good guitar player. That's why I need Mikey to play the guitar. Does me like hope I sees when I am weak. I've been locked inside your heart-shaped box for weeks. Oh, I've been drawn into your magnet's pit trap. Oh, I wish I could eat your cancer when you turn black. So now I do this though. Plus, I don't know how do those chords go. It just could be the same chords, couldn't it? Forever and ever till your priceless advice. Hey, the right chord. I feel like I need to do that a little bit more like personally, that line, if that makes sense. Forever and ever to your priceless advice. Your advice. Can't forgive no one just yet. I'll cook myself on angel hair and baby's breath. The broken hymen of your highness, I'm black. Throw down your umbilical noose so I can climb right back. But done that. I'll do that. Not yet. Not that. I need to practice that on my own to find out how I would do it. I don't know. That's that one. But, yeah, I mean, there are a lot. I could have fun. I could probably sit here for a really long time and play around trying to sing. See, I can't play those chords either. Just off the top of my head, that's too much. Yeah. So I don't know. I thought it was open then. I haven't played that for a long time. Does that mean maybe we should do it up here? Close though. We'll work it out. like I said, that's the Meat Puppets. So they're like the ones that I learned were not Nirvana songs, but were. Yeah, what's that other one that was fun to do? That's my child who's not at home requesting time to play Plants vs. Zombies, apparently. I'm going to say he can have a little bit of time on it. Okay. Would you believe me when I tell you you're the queen of my heart? Please don't deceive me when I hurt you. It just ain't the way it seems. Can you feel my love buzz? Can you feel my love buzz? Can you feel my love buzz? Can you feel my love? I need you like the desert needs rain. I would rather like to die. I forget now the words. Darling, I heard when I cannot see you. So spread your wings and fly. I haven't done that for a long time either. What did we say was good? Oh yeah, that is a good one actually. What was I saying? Where did you sleep last night? So like again, sorry, because like these are not Nirvana songs, but it's somewhere to go. My girl, don't lie to me. Tell me, where did you sleep last night? And the pines where the sun don't ever shine. I would shiver the whole night. My girl, don't lie to me. Tell me, where did you sleep last night? And the pines where the sun don't ever shine. I would shiver the whole night through. Oh, hang on, wait. Is Pam in the past? Do you think? Are you in the past, Pam? I feel like reading those comments that she could be. What do you reckon? Um, 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 um. I don't know. No, but somewhere there. I'm gonna find it.
Oh, I love it when she does this one. So it's a slightly different
Yeah,
version than what I'm used to.
Huh?
No. I just said this is a slightly different version than what I'm used to, as you were saying. I just can't remember how it goes, so that would explain why it seemed like
Yeah,
a
but the only
slightly
different bit.
version.
No, this is the same. It's just the chorus bit that I didn't quite get. Like, I'm not quite sure. I also feel like I might not remember the lyrics, but empty room, it fills my mind. Freedom, it leaves me confined. Every single wall has cracked. I haven't played it for a very long time, you know. But in this life, you can't turn back. Don't wanna live. I don't wanna live here alone. Something like that. Today and tomorrow have become one. Everything has become numb. I have promised, but I lied. I don't even know myself inside. I don't wanna live. I don't wanna live here alone. I can't get it. It's a bad place to practice things,
You've
really.
got your first tattoo client. Pam wants a dragon on her bum.
Yeah, well, so I did read that, or a pansy. But what I wanted to know is Pam
She
in the
doesn't
past,
want pansy. She wants a dragon.
or besides I only draw dragons, not pansies. What does a pansy even look like?
I think she was using the other definition of pansy.
Well, no, because she wants the flower so that then she can make the joke work. Right?
Bring ding 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 ding.
But I've had songs that I know that are good. I just forget them all. But I remember them when I start playing them.
Still 37 over there, GRB. That's brutal. Yeah, I always enjoy it when you play that one too. You're picking some good ones, love.
Yeah, but I can't keep that one up while I sing. That's why I always wanted you to learn it. Make me feel like a beggar. You make me feel like a thief. Make me feel like a battle that cannot end in peace. Make me feel like running as if I lost my nerve. Make me feel like crying tears I don't deserve. So please believe, so I know that you are real. So I know that you can feel the damage that you've done. Oh, who have I become? To myself, I am numb. I am numb. I am. Yeah. It actually goes into the more choruses, but I can't do them. I just can't keep it up. I'm sorry.
Thanks, George, but your spelling needs some work.
Oh yeah, how does that song go, Mikey?
You were pretty close.
What's it called? Tightrope.
Cheers, GRB. I hope you win the guitar, dude. I really do. You need a new one.
That doesn't look right. I forget how we played it, Mikey.
What is it?
Tightrope. Something?
So you wish you were. Isn't it just 3 chords?
Yeah. Wishing that you never did all the embarrassing things you've done, and you're wishing you could set it right, and you're wishing you could stay the night. But then I go again, wishing never solved a problem. If you want to get it big time, go ahead and get it big time. I need you to play this one too, sadly.
I can't believe no one's invented an app yet that sorts out fucking lag timing
Yeah,
for internet song playing.
I reckon.
Surely there's an easy calculation to make for appropriate delays. That an app could work out how much your delay is and then fix the difference. Come on, coders, get your fucking hands out of your pants and work it out already.
No, sorry, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, that needs a capo on like 3 or 4 before you go up to that register.
It doesn't. I can do it, but I just realized I'm going to have to scream it out, and then I don't know how the chords are going to go. And I just had like the vision of myself going, and everyone. So I think that's leave it be, and let enough be enough. I do often wish that I could play this one song actually, but now.
I was Huawei. You absolutely just read my mind. I was going to say the same sort of thing. That replay team 6. We've been like over 4 hours now.
Yeah.
And if replay team 6 has made it this far, the absolute lunatics. They've earned their lunatic badge if they sat through this one.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll make kissy faces, but you can't actually lip me.
Two Doug says, "Do the goat." What's the goat, Doug? Is it a song?
Or is it the greatest of all time?
This is not the greatest song in the world.
Well, there you go. Yeah.
The tribute.
Like,
I wish I could grow a moustache as thick as yours, love.
it's thick. Like, it's a little bit too thick, to be fair. But I just I don't know. I wouldn't mind too much. I might regret that when I have to like deal with it every day.
Yeah.
I want to be able to switch it on and off. I'll probably get my lips through it, but they don't want to. They don't want to go through the gap. But yeah, I think that it's probably been long enough and it's time to go and stuff.
All right, I tend to agree because I have just put some rice on to boil so I can serve up some dinner.
I have just put nothing on for dinner and I haven't even instructed a child to cook dinner.
I blame Doug and Holly for Sarah not putting dinner on for the kids. I'm just lucky enough to have a neighbourly visit reprieve that I can back off if I need to. Because, to be fair, Dad has been a tool this entire birthday of his, and it's not even birthday toolage.
It's
What?
not good, but you could change it.
I have been changing it. Every time I've had a confrontation, I've changed it.
No, it's my party and I'll cry if I want to, but it's my birthday and I'll be a fuckhead if I want to. Isn't that how it works?
Yeah, but I'm not even 100% convinced that he understood it was his birthday today, because when I first got him out of bed this morning and said happy birthday, oh, is that today, is it? But yeah, that could also be part of the dickheadery. What?
I said, well, it technically isn't today, is it?
Yeah, but it's generally on the off years. It's celebrated on March the 1st.
Yeah. I'm just...
See you, Pamela. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for lurking and stuff and poking your nose in once in a while. We'll try and see you on Sunday, I suppose, or Saturday night your time.
Hmm. And that song that I was going to do, can we do it together when you play? We'll play the guitar, so I don't have to think about the guitar, and I can sing the song.
Yeah, but we need to be in the same place at the same time for it to work.
Yeah.
If we've got ones like that we need to do together and we can't time them with a live stream, we can record them and
Like
then
record together, or just record the different tracks and layer ourselves together.
either or.
That's a bit hilarious. Okay.
Because obviously playing across a live stream is very, very fallible because the timing and whatnot. Pam is going to stream tomorrow. Rightio. I'll keep my eyes out for that one.
I will be at work tomorrow. Sorry.
I will, as usual, Pam, I will try and be available for it and do my best to jump up and read the chat and whatnot, whatever my normal responsibility is in those streams. But yeah, let's call it quits here. After all of these streams so early in the month, I have a strange feeling I'm going to run out of hours and have a few days off at the end of March, potentially. Or, fork out the megabucks for StreamYard Professional, or maybe actually put in some time and try and learn OBS. You should learn OBS, Scungy, so you could be running the stream while I do the talking and stuff.
You keep saying that, but also I have so many things to do with my time.
Yeah, 72 hobbies.
Sitting here, you know what I should be doing while I'm on here is actually doing the computer jobs I have to do. I minimize our screen to a little corner and chat and work at the same time. It might not be that fun to watch though. So.
See you. Thanks for popping by. All right, see you soon. Righto. Goodbyes. Goodbye. What?
Fare thee well.
Fare thee well, dear maiden, dear damsel in distress.
I'm not in distress.
Thanks everyone for hanging out this long, especially Replay Team 6 if you've come back through and watched this nonsense for in a bloody 4 hours 20 minutes version. Crikey, I'm definitely not going to have any time left on my StreamYard at the end of the month. That could be a generous impetus to learn some OBS, and we'll actually work out how the fuck that works. Anyway, thanks everyone. Thanks Huawei, GRB, Mods, Extreme. I'm sorry it was such a long stream, but at least we got to hear some Sarah singing towards the end, which always melts my heart and stuff.
That's why I'm sorry we got that far before we switched off.
Thanks everybody, and Replay Team 6, all the viewers, everyone else who subscribed to my channel. I fucking like yous a lot and stuff, Keep it up, keep coming back, and we'll keep providing you this awesome level of content. How dark is my face gone? It's almost like I've gone brown face. Ooh.
Browner than you were earlier today.
It's
However,
a long...
I have become a lot whiter.
Yes, you have.
You've been stealing my color.
You've been powdered clouded by my lack of brightness. Anyway, you know it's a long one when Sarah's gone white and I've gone black. Take it easy, everyone. Thanks for hanging out. We've had fun. We've had a good time. And it's been, I mean, some of it was a little bit shit and stuff, but getting a little bit sick of arguments and accusations and interpersonal fights on my channel. But, you know, it's part and parcel with doing this kind of shit. So, you know, if you feel like you need to keep it up, keep it up.
I think that should just like draw a line.
Yeah, we want a fun stream. We don't need fighting and stuff. That's
If
2
people
weeks
want
in a row where we've had fights and shit.
Go
And then it's
somewhere else
run
and
it
have
down.
their fight.
Yeah. Yeah, we just want to do fun stuff. We don't want to do the fighty nonsense crap.
You
And,
know, maybe do you have like farts on your soundboard that you can plug in?
my
when it's
soundboard doesn't work
You just
anymore.
have to, like, get some good fart sounds. Next time I have a vomit, I'll try and record it so you can add
Alright.
that too.
I'll try and find a better software program that does soundboarding than the one that I was using.
You can just like play the sound of vomit.
Yeah,
It would be distracting.
it would be advantageous to say the least.
And like, you know, it might just be funny. I mean, farts are funny, isn't it?
Yeah, I understand, Huawei, that you've got water under the bridge, and then Corey came in today attacking and looking for a fight.
Yeah, I think we should switch off.
All right, everyone, thank you very much. Take care, look after yourselves. We'll probably be back this time next week to do it again, and who knows, if you're an eagle-eyed assassin out there on the YouTubes, you might even find me and Scungy streaming after Pam's art show on Sunday night. And, you know, I think George has been hanging out waiting to do a stream or something while we end. So hopefully we're not keeping him up too late. He could probably do with a sleep. Yeah, I know, Huawei. I was willing. Yeah, I won't do that.
Anyway, I'm gonna switch off. So I'm gonna
All right.
say,
Don't switch off. I'll just end it, and you can stay there, and we can still talk after the ending. Thanks, everyone. Love yous lots, and we'll see yous when we